an Odyssey sports station. Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with the Sports Center update. First on the Fan, the table is set for the big one tomorrow. The number 3 Ducks host the number 2 Ohio State Buckeyes tomorrow afternoon, 4:30 at Autzen Stadium. Reports circulating that Oregon defensive lineman Jordan Birch may have sustained an injury during practice this week, but nothing official from the team. College game day will start there at 6 a.m. They'll allow fans to start coming in at 3 a.m. The Buckeyes favored in the game by a field goal. Our coverage here on the Fan starts at 9 a.m. with the Sinner and Saint tailgate. Other big games on the agenda include the Red River rivalry between number 1 Texas and number 18 Oklahoma. We also get number 4 Penn State at USC. Both of those games kick at 12:30. Number 9 Ole Miss visits number 13 LSU for a night game on the Bayou. That's a 4:30 kickoff here on the West Coast. On the diamond tonight, a winner-take-all Game 5 between the Padres and Dodgers in L.A. Yu Darvish getting the ball for San Diego. Yoshinobu Yamamoto starts for L.A. First pitch at 5:08. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on-demand videos. Watch Window Nation's window into 1080 The Fan.
We got them right where we want them.
Primetime on Football Friday.
No one comes into our house and pushes us around.
1080 The Fan.
How you play today, from this moment on, is how you will be remembered.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, follow 1080 The Fan, and enable push notifications to get the latest on the Ducks, Beavers, Blazers, and more.
Football Friday with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Oh, hi.
What is up?
One more sleep.
To what?
Oh, I don't know.
Going to the pumpkin patch tomorrow?
Yeah, big pumpkin patch. I will say that the nice part is the BTJ, the significant other, she's got like friends that have little kids, so I've been able to foist her off on them for the pumpkin patch. I've been to a
What do
pumpkin.
you mean? You guys don't have littles, and she still wants to go to the pumpkin patch?
Oh yeah,
Oh God.
exactly. Like
Photo
we went to a
ops.
pumpkin patch a couple years ago, and it was like, what are we doing? Like, huh? Pumpkin patch?
Is that what it is? It's
Pretty
just-
pretty fall colors for the gram.
Yeah,
Is that all it is?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, what is the deal with the pumpkin?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't know. I did get to meet like an angry. I think they lured me in. They're like, "Hey, they've got goats," and I'm like, "Are they ill-tempered goats?" And they're like, "It says not to pet them," so of course I petted them. So, but yeah, I mean, basically, it's like so that they can get a photo dressed like Han Solo in front of some hay barrels and a pumpkin, and then you spend way too much. I'm like, the Fred Meyer's right down the street has pumpkins. We can just buy them there. But it was nice. The last couple years, I've just foisted her off onto friends who have little kids, so she gets to go out and do the pumpkin patch thing while I stay home and drink, and it's way, way better. I think we're in a great sweet spot when it comes to the pumpkin patch.
Well, I'd first like to state on the record,
Yeah.
controversially perhaps,
Go for it.
that dogs are better than goats.
Yeah, I mean, I understand.
Goats are overrated.
Yeah, well, see that. Whoa.
They are.
You see them fighting words.
Well,
I'm
they're
not saying that the
overrated.
dog isn't superior, but the goat is not overrated. Goats are fantastic.
Goats are overrated.
Goats are just there.
They're exactly. They don't do anything.
Have you ever owned goats?
No.
Goats are
I don't want a
fantastic.
goat.
Goats.
There's a reason there aren't many people with pet goats because they don't make great pets.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
They
Now,
eat everything. They don't
suburban,
show a lot
like
of
where you
affection.
live in a neighborhood where your wife insists that there's like a homeowners association where she like cracks the whip and has speed pillows. But if you're out in the country,
Speed cushions.
speed cushions, the Karens of the world. But if you live on
Kimberly's,
if you
actually.
live on some property, I'm telling you, there's not many things that will cheer you up faster than an ill-tempered goat. They're fantastic.
Dogs all day. And the other thing I was going to tell you is I really have never understood. Well, that's not true. I do understand it because Christmas is like the king of it.
Yeah.
But the seasonal capitalism around some of these holidays, it's really kind of absurd.
Well, I by quote, I mean, you're not a Halloween guy. We've heard the Halloween drop. You're
yeah.
not a big Halloweeny
Yeah,
guy.
Halloween is stupid.
Yeah. But a lot of
I
people
also-
love it.
You can take your Halloween sure. and shove it up your little kid ass. But some of these things that people do, like, okay, trick-or-treating I get.
Yeah.
You know, the candy thing, the kids part of
Sure.
it. But if you're an adult and you're still, like, I really don't understand why you would go to a pumpkin patch if you don't have kids.
That I'm with you on.
But people
Yeah.
people fall for this, like, oh, you have to do this, this, and this.
There's like a maze involved.
yes,
and
they do all these things to get
It's
in
a
your wallet.
seasonal activity. It's kind of like, I mean, I'm not saying I agree with it, but I feel like people who need something to do go to a pumpkin patch.
And I've just never had a problem finding
Something else to do.
something else
Right,
to
yeah.
do.
See, I think they've tricked you into thinking you have to go do all these things. You really don't.
No.
It's stupid. Go to a Judas Priest show. Masters Peta's here, by the way.
Yes.
A
And
Judas Priest show?
Yeah, go there.
Boy, is there?
Go
Is
to
there
do
one
that.
locally right now?
Just last
Just
night.
last
Oh,
night.
I
They
missed that.
rocked out.
You want to talk about a fork in the road? Hey, do you want to go to a pumpkin patch, or would you like to go see
No, you've got another thing coming.
Yeah.
Rob Halford?
Now, see, that's an experience. Go to Judas Priest.
Although Judas Priest has some, Rob's in a bunch of leathers and some assless chaps, and he's up there. That's kind of a Halloween sort of feel to it. It's like going to see Alice Cooper, if you will.
another thing coming.
But yeah, like I just don't understand the need.
Weird.
Everyone's always looking for activities to do as a couple or a family, and I'm 100% planting the flag that there is a million things. I could come up with 10 better things off the cuff to do than go to a pumpkin patch.
What's the manor, something manor in Portland that's big during
the
Halloween?
Pitcock Manor?
Pittock Mansion?
No,
Pittock
not
Mansion,
Pittock
or-
Mansion. There's a. Is it Ravens Manor? I think it's Ravens Manor.
That sounds about right because
Is a thing.
Ravens. It's like ooh, spooky.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
But,
I
like,
think it's in Northwest. But anyway, the kids came by today.
Mhm.
They had an off day together,
Yeah.
and this is my son and his fiance,
Yeah.
and they went and did the whole thing. They went to the cider mill
Mhm.
or something.
Yeah, you got to have cider at the pumpkin.
Yeah,
patch.
they got.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't go to the pumpkin patch,
but there's a cider.
But they went to like a farms
Yeah.
where you got
Yeah.
cider
You're-
donuts.
It's not the holiday. It's not the fall unless you're going to get cider.
They were both dressed in kind of fall flannel,
Mhm.
and then they were getting ready to go have lunch and then go to Ravens Manor.
I'm guessing she was wearing some sort of hat because you have to wear a hat
No.
during the fall.
She didn't have
Was
a
the
hat.
flannel a tie situation, a tie around the waist situation?
No, they were both
because that
still
happens
on.
a lot at pumpkin patches.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just a whole thing. It was like, wow, okay, they're seasonal. They're into the seasonal goings on.
Bust
Now-
out your best Carhartt.
Now this has come
Right.
in from a couple different places. Vancouver Ford text line. Some of us are just trying to get laid, and I appreciate that.
Bravo.
That I do. You know,
Well, yeah.
hey, and that's that goes without saying. The
That's where the
amount
hard
of
dudes are.
the amount of things that you are willing to do in order for that to happen, especially as someone else points out, if certain things haven't gone down yet, by all means, pumpkin patch the hell out of
Yeah,
it.
you got to do what you got to do.
You gotta do what you got to do. I
Wrong
get that.
weekend for it, though. You could
Yeah.
do it another time.
But if you've been together for multiple years, what are we doing here?
I think they owe, like, for example, BTJ. I think she owes you an explanation. She needs to sit down and say, here is why this is going to be great, and here is why I want to go.
Well,
Because I feel like we've let people get away with this for far too long.
really,
We need
it
to
is,
put our foot down.
well, and it's true. Is the guys
it's super
often
boring.
don't put the foot down.
Right.
The
It was
ni-
like, okay, honey, let's go.
Well, the
No,
nice part
why?
is I do feel that the foot has come down because she doesn't even ask anymore. She just goes with other people.
Good.
That's the best part is if you just foist them onto other people.
She at least knows to leave you out of it, and that's important.
Yes, that's, by the way, the cornerstone of our relationship is leaving me out of things. And I think all of her friends probably think I'm a terrible partner because I'm never at anything. And then when I do show up, it's like this shocker. They're like, oh my God, he's here. But I appreciate that. It might be my favorite thing about her is she has learned
effing loser.
I don't need to be involved in these things. And here's also the point of this whole thing. If you're going to a pumpkin patch, having me there will do nothing to enhance the pumpkin patch experience. In fact, it's going to take away from it. You are going to have a better time at the patch without me there. And so sometimes it's addition by subtraction. And she's figured that out. And that's a great thing.
Yeah, I think that's a key to a good relationship. I mean, there are two types of relationships. One is woman suggests something and guy's like, okay.
Yeah. All right.
And you go do things and you're miserable and you end up divorced.
Yeah.
The other one is, you kind of have your own lives.
Yeah.
And and you come together for certain things you both want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then if, like, for example, my wife last night. Was that last night? Yeah, it was last night. It was a Royals game. She was like, hey, do you want to go to tacos? I'm like, no. She's like, okay, I'll see you later.
Bingo.
I'm like, perfect. I
great.
want to watch a Royals game. I'm not
Yes.
hungry. I don't want to go to tacos.
It's wonderful.
And so she was like, fine. I'd have no... See, because then, like, if in the other type of relationship. Someone gets mad,
Yep.
or you start placating,
Yes.
and then you're doing things you don't want to do, and then you resent that, and then
That's
you get
called-
too drunk.
It's called being mature, what you guys have going on. It's a mature, healthy relationship.
And I think that's that's the key to a lengthy, good marriage is not everything has to be done together. No, I don't want to go to do that with you.
Yeah.
And if you say to me, you want to go to the pumpkin patch, you can shove that up your little pumpkin ass.
I like where we're going with this. I think we've come a long way. I think what
And
we're
I'm
doing,
not afraid to say it.
we need to teach a class because more men need, I think most men are afraid to set boundaries, and you shouldn't be. You have to have healthy boundaries. I get it if you've got little kids. I mean, I went to pumpkin patches when my kids were little, but at some point, we've crossed that threshold. Like if you've got a bunch of teenagers, trust me, your pumpkin patch is ending. I think when the oldest gets to be about probably 12, that's the last time you should be required to go to a pumpkin patch. After that, you are done.
Agreed.
That's out.
All right.
You know.
Well, tomorrow is a good day for the pumpkin patch for you poor losers who have to go and you don't have the balls to stand up to your significant other and say, "No, I'm watching football, baby."
Yeah. Well, and this is the other one too. The lady knows.
Sorry, Buckley.
You're with their speed cushions. The lady knows not to.
I wasn't listening. I was too busy cutting your little pumpkin drop over here. What did you say?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's making fun.
I guess we're gonna hear it again.
See, and here's the thing, ladies. You got to learn. Don't ask, "Do you want to?" Because my response is, and she knows, "Do you want to?" My response, and this has been the same way from the beginning. No, that sounds terrible. So I know if she says, "I would like you to," that's different than "Do you want to?" Because if you say, "Do you want to?" the answer is no. 99% of the time, whatever you're asking me, "Do you want to?" that's no. But I know occasionally she says, "Will you?" And "will you?"
That's a request.
It perks up the ears.
Yeah, I need you to come with me.
And you're like, hey.
It's like, okay, I get it.
I understand.
I'll be there.
So
But
learn the
most-
difference between "do you" and "will you."
But
Two
most
totally different.
Most of the time when they ask, "Do you?" it's no.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean I won't go.
Exactly.
I don't want to go.
Yeah.
But in this instance, I'm going to go with you because I know that you want me to go.
That's why I've conditioned
So
her.
you can't always say no.
No, but that's why I've conditioned her to, when you really want me to go, don't ask. Suggest. Yeah, and that's the difference between "do you" and "will you." Because if I hear "will you" and she's pretty good at picking, then I know. Don't say no, it sounds terrible. If someone asks you, "Will you come with me?" then the answer is most of the time yes, unless it's a pumpkin patch. Then the answer is no. Go with your friends.
I will say
I'm gonna
right
be here
now,
and pouring bourbon.
Pumpkin Patch is fantastic because they have, at least the one closest to our home that we've gone to, has a massive kid play structure. It has a train. That is hours of us being able to sit there and just watch our kid run around and wear himself
Well, Buck,
out.
you
So
don't
that's
have a
great.
choice. One,
Yeah, he's got little kids.
Your balls are in your wife's purse. We all know that. And you have little kids. And you
It's the
drive a
perfect
Subaru
situation
and have
for
a
little kids.
Labradoodle. Buck, you have no chance.
Hey, no Labradoodle at the Pumpkin Patch. We leave
Buck,
her
you
at
have
home.
no chance here, buddy.
But
You're
they have
like
goats.
Also,
Yeah.
we did not do it on Oregon Ohio State weekend. We have that Pumpkin Patch was weeks
Buck,
ago.
you can
put your
say
foot-
all you
put
want.
your foot down.
But your wife is Alabama and you're San Jose State, and we all know it. You're putting up a plucky effort, but we know how this score is going to go. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with being San Jose State. It's a good little program.
Plucky effort.
It's a plucky little effort you're putting out. You're not beating Alabama.
I
You're
don't
just
need to
not.
beat Alabama. I'm working with Alabama.
Yeah, he's just in a different phase of life.
Yeah.
And boy, I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
If you think I'm trying to battle Alabama right now, you would be wrong. I'm
And
trying
maybe
to
one day
maybe
you
ride
move up
Alabama's
to
tailcoats.
you move up to a Power 4 conference, but right now, be happy in the Mountain West, wherever the hell you're at, and just accept it.
I feel more like I'm like probably not Vandy because they're just coming off a massive upset of Alabama, but more like a Purdue where like I'm just happy that I'm getting the media money. I'm along for the ride with everybody else.
Fantastic.
I'm Purdue.
All right, well, should we get to going here?
Yeah, probably.
Hey, it's a big show. You know why? We did not have a show yesterday due to the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Dan Lanning is going to be on our show today at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
And if you don't know who he is the head coach of the Ducks, and they have a big game against Ohio State tomorrow.
Something tells me he's going to be a little buttoned up on this one.
I'm cooking on your grill.
He is going to be cooking on our grill.
I don't
I
think
don't
we're
mind talking
getting.
to y'all.
I don't think we're getting any good drops this week. Just a feeling.
Well, we'll see. He'll be on at 4. Joey Harrington, 5:30. You know the routine. Let's start with our poll question next on The Fan. How about this? Kiss.
Not quite. Boy, you want to talk about a controversial opinion. Now, Judas Priest, who this actually is, and Rob Halford, who, along with Lemmy, I would say the grandfathers of metal. Throw Ozzy in there. You have 3 grandfathers? I don't know, like, where I'd go with that. Give me Rob, give me Ozzy, give me Lemmy. Maybe I'd kick Ozzy out of there because that whole reality show. But Kiss, boy, you want to talk about something that I do not understand why that's still around. Dude, Kiss sucks. Kiss hadn't written a decent song in 40 years. Kiss took off their makeup after the 70s, and everyone was like, dude, this is awful. They have crappy music. It was bad. And then they were like, well, let's put the makeup back on and do like a campy show. And everyone's like, oh, Kiss. Judas Priest is 1,000 times better than Kiss. Prove me wrong. Don't even start her on Motorhead, for God's sakes. Kiss can't even get this on the same stage as Motorhead.
Let's get to our poll question here on X at 1080 The Fan. And yesterday we asked you. Oh, no, it wasn't yesterday. It was Wednesday.
Yeah, we were yesterday.
Yesterday. Oh, by the way, the Seahawks lost. I don't know if you saw that.
I did.
I didn't see much of it, only
No?
because my Royals were on, dying a slow, painful death.
Yeah. That was
But-
Gino's worst game. It wasn't a bad game, but I'm a big Gino guy, and I'll defend Gino he is a top 10 quarterback. That was not his best game. They still can't run the ball, and that's a huge problem for them. But that was and the 49ers, dude, they're I think they have like 5 or 6 in a row. Like they own the Seahawks.
Well, the Niners were desperate.
Yes.
They were 2-3, and that's a tough spot for Seattle. They said 3 games in 11 days.
Yeah.
Dude, that's and they're all banged up.
All banged up.
That's not easy.
Did you see the videos DK screaming at the OC on the sideline?
No, I didn't.
Well,
He yells, "Hey, hey, Grub, can we please throw past the effing sticks, please?"
well, don't even get me started.
Wait, that's
on,
really what he said?
Yeah, they have sideline video of him yelling at him.
Don't even get me started on DK Metcalf and the problems with him. But this stems from Seattle's biggest problem right now is they're asking Gino to drop back in obvious passing situations on about 75% of his snaps, and it's just not. You can't do that 40 times a game with a bad offensive line. It's just not going to work. And I know Grubb is new to this, but the first couple weeks of the season, it was a great game plan. And I know, you play certain teams, it's a struggle, but the last 2 weeks, I have no idea what the hell they're doing offensively. It's a terrible game plan. And it's one thing to have that against the 49ers, but to get beat up by the Giants, that's problematic.
All right, so this was Wednesday's poll question.
Wednesday.
We asked you, which school would you most want to see come play at Autzen Stadium? Alabama winning that going away, 61%. Texas, 20%. Georgia, 11%. And Ohio State, just 7%.
Yeah, no love for the Buckeyes.
How about that?
Well, and then you do get to see them tomorrow, so.
Well, yeah, that's kind of why I put them in there, is I wanted to see, because I know Oregon fans, they want Alabama.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah, everyone wants Bama,
They just want to,
until you play them.
Well, you want to play those games.
Yeah.
Like, you want to play Ohio State.
It's the ultimate test.
But I thought Ohio State would be closer to Alabama in that poll.
Yeah.
Particularly because they're coming in here this weekend. But no one seems to really care all that much. As a matter of fact, might even be just a half-empty stadium tomorrow. I don't know.
Meh. Something tells me that stadium might be just a bit rocking. It's going to be a great environment.
So today's poll question on X at 1080 The Fan, we are asking you, which coach needs this win more?
Oh.
Ryan Day or Dan Lanning?
No, Dan Lanning.
They're fighting for clicks, we're fighting for wins.
100% Dan Lanning. I don't think it's close. I mean, look, Ryan Day has taken his shade from time to time. Obviously, the Michigan thing the last couple of years, but Ryan Day doesn't lose regular season games, not to Michigan. I mean, the guy's record's just silly. And they obviously have come up short, but he has been in the biggest games. As much as I like Dan Lanning, and it's not fair because it's only been a couple years, but Dan Lanning's never won anything. He's never won a conference. He's never beaten UW, who's his biggest rival. Maybe they drubbed Oregon State this year, although this isn't, he was 1-1 against Oregon State when they were a Power 5 team. So it's Lanning, because if they lose this, if it's close, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter because the UW games were both close. But, if he loses this, it's going to go back to the same old thing. A lot of hype and no substance. So Yeah, this is Dan Lanning. He needs one. He needs one of these, and he'll get it eventually. He's a really good coach, and they got a great team, and they're going to get some of these. But you got to plant your flag and have a big signature win eventually. And
Yeah, flags.
yeah, everyone loves flags, and Dan Lanning needs to plant this and cook on Ryan Day's grill.
Since Ryan Day took over in 2019, Ohio State has only lost one time before their regular season finale.
Yeah.
And that was to Oregon in 2021. So, I mean, I think there's some pressure on Ryan Day, but we probably don't feel that because we're not in the Buckeye bubble. But
Well,
listen, when you go on the road to a game like this with everybody thinks like the best defense in the country, one of the best teams in the country, one of the most, who'd you say, Urban Meyer said the other day, this is the most talented Ohio State team ever.
He said at the start of the year, he just said he thinks that this could end up being the best or the most talented Ohio State team during this modern run.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you that Lanning needs this more, but if Day loses this, 2 regular season losses to Oregon in 3 years.
Yeah. It's one thing to lose to Michigan, but if they're losing to that team out west, Buckeye fans going to be all pissy and moany about it.
I mean, aren't they all pissy and moany about Day anyway?
Well, you want to talk about the expectations and how dumb people are at Ohio State when it comes to these sorts of things. It's the same thing when Kalen DeBoer loses a game and, Alabama fan, Paul Feinbaum show and freaking out and, he's wearing a T-shirt and just some perspective. The fact that anyone even considers the fact that Ryan Day may be in jeopardy, he's lost 1 game since he's been there, not to Michigan.
And that was the Oregon game.
That was the Oregon game.
So he's lost. Do you know that he's coached 44 Big Ten games?
And
do you know how many of those he has won?
What? So I mean, he's only
coached 44.
Yeah. So Michigan, 3 times? So he's won 41.
He's 41-0 against everyone.
So just
everyone else in the Big Ten.
Yeah. Stop. And I know that you're judged against Michigan, and but
that's like Kirby and Bama. He's beaten absolutely everyone except for Bama over the last 3 years.
Yeah. So, but Day needs a national championship, right? I mean, ultimately, that's how you're judged.
You think he'll get one, don't you?
I think he'll get one at Ohio
State. You think Ryan Day gets one there?
Yeah.
He might get one this year.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
Well, you look in the SEC, and Georgia has warts, Alabama has warts, Texas may not have warts. And we'll see if Ohio State has them. This is the weird thing about Oregon and Ohio State is I can sit up here and give you all the stuff I'm looking at these two teams and be like, well, this is what I like here, and here. And, I like Ohio State's, interior line versus Oregon's, versus Oregon's interior line. And I like this matchup on the outside at the nickel. There's a million different ways to go from this. But at the end of the day, no one knows who has an advantage here because we haven't seen anything. Neither team has played anyone that you could say remotely comes close to what they're going to see on the other side of things. The closest thing, the only one that you can say is Boise State's run game. That's the only thing that I can say would be problematic for either side is Genty ran, even if you take Genty's 70-yard touchdown out of that, Genty ran the ball 24 times for I think $122. It's 5 yards a carry. And the backup averaged more than 4. But Oregon has gotten better since then, we think. That's the only thing that I can take from any of these games that they played and say there's something that could be an issue. Other than that, it's been dominant performances basically against crappy competition. So, we'll see what happens on Saturday.
That's what I love about this game is, it's not the end all to be all game. You can lose this game and still have the season you want, both teams. The thing I love about this game is it's really unpredictable because we don't really know what either of them is. Yeah. And so to have two teams exactly like that, and Bartu was on Wednesday saying they're pretty close in talent. Yeah. Like it's just they're very similar. Yeah. And just to lace them up in Autzen, where Duck fans this is why you're a Duck fan, right? Like games like this, like you go to these games, like this is going to be nuts tomorrow. And just that right there is the best thing about this game. And let's see what happens. It's not the end of the world if they don't win, but it's just a really unpredictable, close matchup. And it's at Autzen on a nice fall Saturday where everybody's going to be going ape crap. Dude, that's as good as it gets.
It's supposed to be 76 and clear, and you got the game day experience beforehand.
It's
a perfect
game day. Is there. Day. It's just perfect. Just enjoy every minute of it, and we'll circle back on Monday and yell at everybody who needs to be yelled at about how they screwed it up. Lace them up, you little bitch. Let's go.
And there may not be one defining thing that you can point to. Like when Frazier and Ali fight, You're talking about two of the greatest fighters of all time. And you can go back afterwards and say, hey, Frazier did this in the first fight and Ali got him back in this one. But at the end of the day, it was two greats just swinging at each other and little things made the difference. And that's, I think, what you have here. I'm not saying these guys are Ali and Frazier, but sometimes there just isn't a giant advantage one side or the other. And it's going to be a few plays here or there that are going to maybe a tipped ball, maybe a bad ref call. Seattle last night, we had a muff punt that wasn't a muff punt because they didn't have the right camera when it touched him with his on a finger, right? We had a horrible motion penalty that wasn't a motion penalty that cost Seattle a touchdown at the end of the game that could have changed it. There's just so many weird things that can happen.
Well, we talked about that marquee game between Oregon and Oklahoma. There was that weird onside kick, and they reviewed it, and Oklahoma still didn't get the ball, even though their guy got it, and Oregon's offside. Like the whole deal.
It's why we watch, man.
Yeah, exactly.
We're fans.
These sorts of games where most of the time in college football, you just look at it and you're like, this side should win. They're better. And if they don't, it's because, they made some mistakes. The other team played out of their mind. And that's not one of these. These are just two good teams that are both capable of beating each other, we think. And now we get to see what happens on Saturday.
So vote on our poll question. It is on X at 1080 The Fan. And when we come back, we'll have the Dan Lanning pregame show.
Ooh, I love the pre.
Because Lanning is coming on at 4. 30 minutes. We're going to talk to the coach because we missed him yesterday due to the Seahawks game. So Lanning at 4. Up next, I've got a couple of game day notes. We know who the celebrity guest picker is now. So that's...
Some of us were, spot on.
Well, are you going to try to claim credit for that? You going to try to claim credit for this? I knew you would do this. Come on, dude.
Well, you didn't call it.
The whole world
actually, I did.
The whole world was connecting the dots on this. We just leaned into it a little bit.
Suk's like, oh, yeah, I was right about that.
That's right. Spot on.
I was right about the Earth isn't flat. I was right about that.
You don't know that?
Oh, wait.
What are you talking about?
All right. Here's Buck with SportsCenter.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Your favorite spot for island grinds now has 3 locations, Woodstock, Burnside, and New in Beaverton. Always online at ate-oh-ate.com. First on the Fan, the number 3 Ducks host the number 2 Ohio State Buckeyes tomorrow afternoon at Autzen Stadium. Reports circulating that Oregon defensive lineman Jordan Birch may have sustained an injury in practice this week, but nothing official from the team. Kickoff is at 4:30. The Buckeyes favored by a field goal. Our coverage here at the Fan starts at 9 a.m. with the Center and Saint tailgate. Other big games on the agenda this weekend include the Red River rivalry between number 1 Texas and number 18 Oklahoma. Plus, we get Penn State, number 4 in the country, at USC. Both of those games kick at 12:30 on Saturday. Number 9 Ole Miss visits number 13 LSU for a night game on the Bayou. It's a 4:30 kick on the West Coast. A couple former Ducks going head-to-head on the Gridiron Sunday as Justin Herbert and the Chargers visit Bo Nix and the Broncos. They'll kick it off from Mile High at 1:05 our time. The Chargers are 3-point road favorites. And on the Diamond tonight, a winner-take-all game 5 between the Padres and Dodgers in Los Angeles. First pitch at 5:08. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill. Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Hey, it's Isaac Robb. One of the many things I dig about Laurelhurst Market Steakhouse and Butcher Shop is its casual environment. It's not stuffy, and as our schedules fill in the fall, we'll need those occasional weeknight dinners out of the house. Maybe some steak frites or a burger, or go bigger with the bavette, which is fire right now. When you dine in, get 10% off in the Butcher Shop. That's where you can grab your meat for the weekend, and trained chefs can spill the latest tailgate trend.
All right, Dan Lanning coming up at 4. Joey Harrington 5:30. Oregon, Ohio State, Autzen Stadium tomorrow. Weather looks great. Game day on set, or I mean, on campus.
There you go. The set is on campus. Buck was showing me the game day crew was gifted. I think they were Duck Air Force Ones.
Yeah, they got custom Duck Air Force Ones from the Oregon equipment
They're
folks.
bribing them to
That's
make
smart.
the Duck picks.
That's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've done way too much interviewing of the Duck. Have you noticed that?
It is a little weird.
He doesn't speak.
No, he doesn't.
And
but
yet we do this bit
they
where
love the
He
Duck.
was the guest picker at one point.
yeah, he's great, but
But he has his limitations.
yeah,
Well, I'm glad that they don't have him speak because there'd be nothing worse at this point if all of a sudden, much like was it Mandrake, the RoboDuck, like all of a sudden like the duck came out and started talking. Don't do that. Like you got a great thing going. Everyone loves the duck.
What would their voice sound like?
I don't. It's something terrible.
what if
Girl,
Mandrake?
you something else.
What if they bring Mandrake back tomorrow? And that's the big surprise.
It just hatches.
That would
out.
ruffle a few feathers.
Hatches right before the game.
I'm not gonna lie, that'd be the greatest thing of all time. You ever do something like where a stand-up comedian like purposely bombs, like makes everyone uncomfortable? It would be amazing if they just out of nowhere before the game that the egg showed up in midfield and everyone's like, no, they're not, and yep,
No. Oh no. Well, anyway,
Ohio
Caitlin-
State should do that. They should bring out their own futuristic duck.
How many fans do we expect from Ohio State?
I don't know. I mean,
Anybody know that?
Ohio State always travels well.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
They have good fans. You
Yeah.
know, we've been to a couple games where the Ducks played them.
Yeah, there'll be a
Couple?
that's
Or was it just the one?
what
one Rose Bowl?
The Rose Bowl and then the national championship game.
Oh yeah, it was two.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they got them twice.
And their fans, I found their fans to be delightful.
Yeah, I got no problem with the Ohio State fans, and I don't
I'm
know.
sure they have their bad eggs just like everyone else.
But it wasn't like Florida. Florida State and Auburn fan were both
Dude,
just.
Florida State's the worst fan in college football.
I thought LSU fan really sucked.
Oh, really?
I went to the Dallas game and I didn't think they were great. But really liked Tennessee fans when I went there.
Yeah,
so
they were wonderful.
It all depends.
The Tennessee fan, Tennessee came to Autzen,
Right.
And their fan. That's the last Oregon game I went to.
Yeah.
Was that game? And that I'm sorry, Pete. That was the last one I went to, and probably the last one I'll ever go to, unless I'm there tomorrow. But
Someone saying
their
there's-
fans were wonderful. The,
Yeah.
the Tennessee fans that showed up there were great.
Nebraska fan has phenomenal
Yes.
like the reputation.
Yes.
Someone is saying there are no rental cars available in Portland, so that would indicate a influx of
Yeah.
Ohioans.
And it's not necessarily a public fan thing, but I did hear that there have been 220 media passes issued for this game, and a typical game is about 75. So they're about triple what they usually get.
It'll be packed. It'll be a great environment, and this is why
Well, we know it'll be packed. I just wondered how many Ohio State fans made the trip.
Well, there'll be
Good trip to make.
They'll be at the big sliver there in the corner of the stadium. I don't know how many that is. You get like what, maybe 7,000, 5 to 7 in that one corner there.
Yeah.
You'll see
And
a
their
bunch.
band.
You'll see a bunch of red.
I'd
Will
be
they
curious
have
what their
their
actual
bear?
allotment is, and then how many more they get on top of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you get whatever your allotment is, and then after that, you'd have to buy it on the secondary market. So everyone that comes from the allotment, you see them, they put them in the corner there, and that's in every stadium. They stick them in the crappy corner there in one of the end zones, and you get get a section of red there. But dude, that place is going to be rocking. I don't care how many Ohio State fans are there; it's going to be a giant home field advantage. And when you're talking about snap counts and audibles, even now with the in-ear communication, it's hard. It's a false start penalties, and playing on the road's tough. I personally think that in football, the home field advantage is bigger than probably any other sport, simply from a communication standpoint. I mean, yeah, you can talk about nerves in basketball and baseball and a rowdy crowd, and hockey, you get last line change, but when so much of football is based on audibles and communication, I remember playing in places like Alabama and be in the center, and I couldn't hear my quarterback. We had to go on silent counts. He's got his hands on your ass, and you can't hear him. I mean, and I'm sure Autzen's going to be like that, and that's a big advantage. They are going to rock your ass for 2 hours, and that's that will be when you're on the road. If you're Ohio State, the biggest thing you can do early is just take the crowd out. But if you let Oregon get some momentum and that crowd gets buzzing, that's a beast. You may not be able to see momentum on the scoreboard, but it's a real thing, despite what some like talking heads will tell you, dude, momentum is a real damn thing.
Did you hear the clip of I think it was a offensive lineman from Ohio State?
Yeah.
Talking about how
he didn't like these.
he doesn't like these types of games. He doesn't like the big.
Oh, that ticked off a whole bunch of their fans.
All their fans are pissed at this
all
guy.
losing their minds.
So he
over
basically
it.
said, I don't know, do you have it in there?
I don't think we do.
I heard it on
I saw it too.
I heard it on my favorite midday show, Danny and Dusty.
Oh, if
Basically,
you heard it there, then we have it.
And
Hold
it was, I think it was in the preseason. I think it was at their media day. So it was the start of the year. He wasn't talking about this game specifically. And he did go on, by the way. And of course, it's a soundbite that they cut. But if you listen to the whole thing, he does clarify at the end of this.
I'm not a big, I don't like it on national television because if you get messed up, everybody knows. The reporters, the announcers, everybody. But at the same time, you got to embrace it too. I think last year, personally, when it was a big game, I would kind of shy away from it. But now I feel more experienced and just ready to play the game. And it's a cool environment because you never get to experience anything like this ever again in your life. So
and
I mean,
wait, was he talking specifically about
No,
the Oregon game there?
No, I think this was at the start of the year. He was just talking about big games.
Big games,
when he was, before.
Because they play in front of 100,000 people.
Exactly. I just think he was just saying there's a lot of guys that probably feel that way. That in those big moments, there's a lot of butterflies and nerves.
Sure.
And, the guy's being honest. That
Well, we forget how young these guys are. I mean,
let's also not act like the guy is... People took that as like, oh, this guy sucks. No, he's actually a really good offensive lineman. He's a really good offensive lineman. So just because you feel some nerves or, that those games can feel a lot doesn't mean that the kid doesn't go out and play. Doesn't mean he doesn't go out and ball out.
not built for the moment.
Exactly. But of course,
What's his name? We need to
John
keep-
Fryer.
Okay, he's offensive lineman.
He's their right tackle.
All right. I'll be keeping an eye on him tomorrow. Be watching.
You're going to
him.
go to the game and heckle him. Make
All
an
right.
exception.
Well, let's take a break, and when we come back, I have a few game day notes from ESPN Game Day, and then Dan Lanning will join us at 4 o'clock on The Fan.
The definitive podcast for Oregon. on 1080 The Fan.
All right, Oregon coach Dan Lanning coming up in 10 minutes here on The Fan.
Wow.
ESPN College Game Day in the house, and we now know the celebrity guest picker. And Suk is going to attempt to take credit for calling this while no one else saw this coming.
No one.
Except for the entire world.
No one saw it.
But
Master Speed didn't see it.
Well, he doesn't even know who she is.
Exactly. But I did.
Caitlin Olsen
Yes.
of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia will be the celebrity guest picker. She graduated from Oregon in 1997. Her dad is a listener of this program, and she is really funny and awesome.
And she has a new show coming out on ABC, so there's
Yeah.
some synergy there.
The
And,
cross promo.
It's about time she got the recognition. Sweet D is one of the great characters in sitcom history.
She's great.
And I couldn't be any happier.
I haven't really seen much of her outside of It's Always Sunny, but I picture her being very funny. Just
Yeah.
naturally funny.
She does seem it. Her and her husband, who obviously is also on the show, they just
What's his
anytime.
name?
Rob McElhenney.
Rob McElhenney, yeah.
Anytime,
He's one of the guys.
yeah, he's Mac.
Well, but he's one of the guys that bought
He's on Welcome to Wrexham with
the
Ryan
soccer
Reynolds.
team,
Yeah.
with Ryan Reynolds.
And anytime they're out and about and just their little interactions they do on Facebook or TikTok or whatever, they just seem like a great couple. And yes, she just seems like a naturally funny person. She had a really good show on Fox called The Mick that hung around for a couple years. I'm a big fan.
And she just got nominated this last year for an Emmy for Best Supporting Actress for the HBO show Hacks.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. It's very
Fantastic.
funny.
Well, she's great. That'll be a fun bit. Now, you know who is not going to be on game day?
Who?
Lee Corso.
Oh, really? Staying home?
Yes.
Okay.
They said he is under the weather.
Okay.
Which,
Well, yeah. That's actually kind of scary because,
yeah,
you know.
I think we all know what that means.
Yeah. And this may, you knew eventually it was going to happen.
He's super old.
Yeah. Well, Lee
But
Corso
anyway.
is at that point now where we all have the friend who has the dog that's like 18 years old. And when you see the dog, you have to pretend that the dog's doing great. But And I'm not trying to be mean. It's just when you see Lee Corso now, it's rough. It's just it's rough.
And it's been rough.
Well, I don't know
Yes.
I don't know why they keep putting him on there, but
Well, because he wants to.
I guess.
And how do you tell that man
Well,
that it's time to go?
It's called having balls. Much
Well,
like
no-
telling your wife you don't want to go to the pumpkin patch.
No one does.
Grow a pair.
And I think Herbie has a lot to do with it. I think Herbie has a considerable amount of flex and muscle, and I
your
think
balls
he uses
jiggling?
it to prop up Lee Corso. But
Well, whatever.
get well, Lee. But we don't
Look,
need you on.
They have reinvented that show. They
Yes.
have Nick Saban on there now. They have Pat McAfee on there now. It's a fantastic show.
Yeah.
I think it's way better than it used to be. But my God, put Lee Corso down.
No, just move him.
Just move him over.
Move him
Yeah,
off.
yeah.
Move him. Put him like in the
Yeah, don't put him down,
Pope-mobile.
just like put him out to pasture.
Yeah, there you go. Put him in one of those Pope mobiles or like the Bubble Boy thing, so like he can't get sick, and then you can just like drive him around and he can wave at people. Like have like a game day parade and make him the Grand Marshal,
I like that.
and just do that where we don't have to listen to him because it's bad. It bogs down the show, and then we can't think about anything else. Because you just look at that and you're like, oh my God. And then you have to face your own mortality or your parents. It's just not good. It's a buzzkill. It's an absolute buzzkill.
Well, the other thing that's going on, and this will not be a subject for Dan Lanning, but Jordan Birch injury rumors.
Yeah, something tells me we probably won't ask that question. Could you get stabbed with eye daggers through a radio interview if you asked
Yes.
someone a question?
Boy, I cringe to think what he would say to you.
He doesn't give us information about beyond his Sharpies, he gives us nothing. Like nothing at all.
Well,
of detailed consequence.
But these coaches, they're all the same. They're all very paranoid.
Yeah.
And apparently, the rumor has it, Jordan Birch was hurt in practice this week.
Yeah.
And Lanning, Oregon, they're just not happy that somebody is seeing practice, and
I think it was Justin Hopkins that originally had this. From what I
but
saw.
somebody is seeing practice that are practices that are closed, and they are disseminating information that happens in practice to whomever.
Yeah.
I don't know if whoever it is, it's ending up out there right away.
Yeah.
And that is a problem for the staff. They don't like that. And so I don't know what his status is. The latest is that he did get hurt, but he's gonna play.
Yeah, so this was Hopkins. This was Justin Hopkins, he's a Duck insider, who said, look, there was already 200 plus posts on another thread when he started this one. He said, I asked about Birch being carted off and was told that's an excessive exaggeration of what happened. I was told he did get nicked up, and they held him out of the rest of practice as precautionary. It didn't sound alarming, so I guess take it how you please. I'd love to say that I'm getting another update on this, but I doubt I will. So, you won't. You will find out when the game starts. Remember, this was the last time they played Ohio State. Did Thibodeau? Yeah, did he even make the trip? We'll find out. And there's been, over the last handful of years at Oregon, there's been ones where all of a sudden the pregame hits and we're like, what? He's not playing? And then other times everyone's like, dude, this guy's not going to go. And then he's there in full pad. So tell you this, 4:00, you'll have an idea of whether or not Birch is going to play. And then we'll see how much he plays.
Can I ask a dumb fan question?
Ask away.
Is it that big of a deal I think his injury would be a big deal. I mean, the secrecy of injuries, is it really that big of a deal?
I personally don't think it is.
If Ohio State knows he's banged, what's the difference?
It changes nothing.
Exactly.
Now, I mean, if he's banged up, and if he's not in there, right? It's not as if Ohio State then all of a sudden is going to be like, oh my God, like we're running here every time. It's not that hard. Like if they're down one of their best defensive linemen, it's not that hard. Ohio State has run plays that run right there. It's like, hey, we're running to the right. Wait, Birch isn't in. Okay, watch this. I just changed the 2 to a 3, and now we run to the left. Like it's one thing, like if a corner's not going to be out, or that the nickel that's now going to have to move over, there's a weak link there, maybe you can pick on that. But for the most part, the whole secrecy of the injury stuff, it is one of the most overblown things.
It really is.
But coaches are paranoid, and they think that every little advantage, and that's just what you do when you're making $9 million a year and you have nothing else to do but freak out over little stuff like this.
I get it, but in the NFL they have
injury
reports.
Yes.
And we don't interview a lot of coaches here, but I just don't think a coach looks at the injury report and does anything to his game plan based off of that, right?
There's a handful of guys that probably would, or
quarterback.
I said, if there's a weak link, but you would laugh though, like the amount of because you can't. Who was the New Orleans coach that got caught doing the headhunting stuff?
Oh, Greg Williams.
Yeah, Greg Williams. Yeah, you can't do that. But every injury report, like when you go over like on Monday or Tuesday when you're doing install, and you sit in your meeting, in your group meetings, and then you go over who you're going to play. You'd also be blown away by a lot of the times no one even knows anyone's names. It's just numbers. Even really good players. You'll ask a coach about like an All-American player, and they'll be like, oh yeah, 54. That's all he is. He's a blank number, 54. But whenever you're doing the report, especially in the NFL, they'd be like, all right, so this is 54, defensive tackle, a lot of burst here, likes to go inside out, got a club swim move, was limping, and then they'll just circle. They'll circle the leg and be like, hey, just be aware, limping on this, so and they never say, hey, you might want to cut that leg, but it is certainly known. Hey, you might want to be aware of this one right here, big arrow. If you get a chance, tackle coming down, backside cut. So there are things like that where people are aware, but again, does it necessitate all the secrecy? Because you can see on film if someone's limping, you can see if someone's effective in the game. The amount of time and effort we put into the secrecy and trying to figure it out versus the impact that it has, it's such an overblown thing.
All right, our weekly visit with the coach, Dan Lanning, is next on The Fan.
Odyssey app.
KFXX KWJJ HD2 Portland. An Odyssey sports station. Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by 808 Hawaiian Restaurant. Your favorite spot for Island Grinds now has 3 locations: Woodstock, Burnside, and new in Beaverton. Always online at ate-oh-ate.com. First on the Fan, the number 3 Ducks host the number 2 Ohio State Buckeyes tomorrow afternoon at Autzen Stadium. Reports circulating that Oregon defensive lineman Jordan Birch may have sustained an injury in practice this week, but nothing is official from the team. Kickoff is at 4:30. The Buckeyes favored by a field goal. Our coverage here on the Fan starts at 9 a.m. with the Sinner and Saint tailgate. Other big games on the agenda include the Red River rivalry between number 1 Texas and number 18 Oklahoma. We also get number 4 Penn State at USC. Both of those games are 12:30 kicks. And at 4:30 on the West Coast, it's a night game on the Bayou as number 13 LSU hosts number 9 Ole Miss. A couple former Ducks go head-to-head on the NFL gridiron this Sunday as Justin Herbert and the Chargers visit Bo Nix and the Broncos. They'll kick it off from Mile High at 1:05 our time. The Chargers favored by 3 points on the road. And on the diamond tonight, a winner-take-all Game 5 between the Padres and Dodgers in Los Angeles. Yu Darvish gets the ball for San Diego. Yoshinobu Yamamoto starts for L.A. First pitch at 5:08. For sports scores and stories in 30 minutes, I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Fan Merch Locker has new shirts from the fan shows and hosts you love. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com. Primetime on Football Friday, 1080 The Fan.
Professional football in America is a special game, a unique game. Played nowhere else on earth, it is a rare game. The men who play it make it so.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, follow 1080 The Fan, and enable push notifications to get the latest on the Ducks, Beavers, Blazers, and more.
That's gonna make the f***ing difference between winning and losing.
On 1080 The Fan.
Ohio State visits Oregon Saturday on the Fan, 4:30. And here is Coach Dan Lanning. I assume we're going to be seeing you on game day?
Yeah, I think I'll make a little stop by there for sure.
What are you going to be doing?
Just kind of hanging out, taking in the view. I'm not sure. You show up and you follow suit, so we'll see what we end up doing on there.
Is that stuff at all fun, or is it just kind of like, hey, you got to? It's part of the gig.
It's certainly part of the gig. I think it's something that could be fun if you weren't sitting there thinking about, okay, I got a game to play here in a couple hours. This is not that important right now,
Yeah, that's
But always good to have an opportunity to share what we all know about Oregon football and the excitement around this program. So that's the part that you have to make sure that you take advantage of.
Well, I know you always say it's you guys against you, and obviously the one game at a time stuff. But no one lives under a rock. We know what this means. The players know what this means. So how do you go about keeping the same process, you against you, but can you have to acknowledge to your players that they've been looking forward to this all year, correct?
Well, I think it'd be silly to think that nobody's not looking, forward to this opportunity to play a team like this and a moment like this. But on the same note, I think it's always important to go back and point to the process of what got us here, what created that excitement. And it's about, the ball that you played up to this point and the work that you put in and, coming to a place like here, that took a lot of hard work too, but it's not, again, it's always about playing the game, not the occasion. And as exciting as this one is, it's the next one. And that's why it's important.
Is it still pretty cool, even after all these years, as a coach or player, whatever, to run out of that tunnel when there's the juice of a game like this at Autzen Stadium? That place is just going to be insane.
Absolutely. I don't get to play football anymore. But I always remembered right before that first kickoff what it felt like as a player. And that's, this is the closest thing you can get to it is running out of the tunnel on game day.
When you think of Ohio State football, what first comes to mind?
Yeah, talent. They're an extremely talented team, and they're really well coached. So when you have those two things combined, you've got, a special recipe for a great team.
Well, they're very good across the board. We know that. What unit, is there one particular unit making you stop and think more than another?
No, not when you talk about a team like this, because there is so much talent. You know, it's not like, okay, let's go take away their wideouts and they don't have a good run game, or you know, let's air it out because their DBs aren't good. There's nothing like that. They're a really talented team across the board.
So you spent some time at Arizona State, but you grew up in the Midwest and you worked at Georgia and Alabama down in the South. And I'm not saying anything in particular about Ohio State. I just want to know if, because I'm from the Midwest, and I can tell you that having been on the West Coast for about 25 years, it took some time for me to appreciate West Coast football. Is that still a thing when schools come from other parts of the country and they come out west? Are they still kind of looking at the stadiums and maybe the football played out here? And is it possible that they kind of don't have the respect that some of us out here who see it up close to?
Yeah, I can't speak to how anybody else feels.
Did you have that when you were younger, though?
No.
Okay. Fair.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll move on past that line of questioning. So you guys have improved a lot the last, 5 or 6 weeks. In what areas are you most pleased with your progress since week 1?
I think execution, limiting the situations where we've hurt ourselves, whether it be a pre-snap penalty, decision making. I think, a lot of those things have been really good at moments, and there's still certainly some moments for us to improve there too.
Yeah, when you look at kind of, Dilling has been so good for you all year. Obviously, the turnovers things, when you go back and watch that, how much of that is just a belief in himself, trying to fit it into windows, one of those things that just kind of happens? Is that something that, I know that is easily spotted on film? How do you go about keeping some aggressiveness, but reining that in? Because obviously red zone turnovers are killers.
Yeah, I think you just coach the moment, and coach each play has a life of itself. It's an individual play within itself, and you go back and you identify how could this play have been better. Is it the timing of it? Is it the look that we worked against during the week? Is it a good call? Does it fit the system? And did we make a good decision? So all those things weigh into it. The quarterback probably always gets too much credit, and then the quarterback always gets too much blame as well. So, but those are things that we've got to avoid. He knows that. We as a team know that, and that's a great challenge for us moving forward.
This is Dan Lanning with us here on The Fan. So a couple things that are unique to this game. One, you did have an extra day, technically, because you played last Friday. What does that do for you? And the second part of the question is you both played Michigan State, so you do have a common opponent there. How does that help you prepare for this team?
Yeah, having the extra day just gave us an opportunity to kind of put the last game, the Michigan State game, to bed a little bit quicker. Beyond that, it gave us, a little bit more of a recovery opportunity for some of our players. But playing, similar opponents, there's some carryover, but the reality is Michigan State's pretty different from us schematically on both sides of the ball, and pretty different from them schematically on both sides of the ball. So that doesn't necessarily carry over to this game.
When you got to Oregon, you talked about, again, building depth and, recruiting being the lifeblood. And for Oregon has always kind of been the little engine that could. But when you look at this roster, NFL guys across the board, and Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama, those are as kind of the litmus test. Is this one of those things when you look at your roster now, you feel like this is one of those rosters that it's no longer an uphill battle? You feel like man for man, your roster is as good as anyone's in the country, including Ohio State's?
Well, until you play other teams, I don't know how you can feel about how you guys compare, from a talent standpoint. But this is certainly the best roster I've had since I've been here. I wouldn't trade any of our players for the world. They work extremely hard, and our team, works really, really hard as well. So I feel really good about this team and what they can be. But that's why you still go out there and play the games on Saturday.
Power rank the importance in a game like this. You've got takeaways, explosive plays, or red zone efficiency.
Well, I think you named three things that are really, really important. I think it always starts with takeaways, right? That can change a game really quick. But yeah, the opportunity to create explosives and stop explosives from happening is something that's really, really important. And then when you get into the red area, you certainly have to take advantage of it. You can't trade field goals for touchdowns or no scores, for touchdowns. So all those areas will be really important this week.
I mean, you guys both have, 6-year transfer quarterbacks. I know you guys said schematically you guys are very different, but when I look at the rosters, it kind of reminds me a little bit because, again, both transfer quarterbacks, extremely polished, been here, done that. Two really good backs, NFL receivers across the board. And we keep talking about like all the explosive plays, but I mean, in a game like this, I would assume that for both of you guys, this priority one is run the ball, stop the run. Am I correct?
Well, I think that's winning football. Yeah, I think that always matters. And we always talk about the most physical team wins. I think that's an indicator of your physicality.
So this 17-year-old receiver, the Smith kid, looks pretty good. He looks like a handful. How are
Yeah, he's a great player.
Yeah, I mean, how are receivers able to come in so young and be so dominant at that age nowadays? Did something change? Because Alabama has the Williams kid too.
Well, I don't think there's anything that changed. You're just talking about two extremely talented players, that came in and were ready for their moments when their moment was called. Every player is different. Some guys come in and they're ready to go. Some guys need some development. Some guys just need an opportunity, and those guys have obviously taken advantage of theirs.
Do you find, like, when you look at high school kids now, like, I mean, you've been doing this for a while, do you feel though that freshmen, I mean, guys are enrolling early now and there's 7-on-7 camps and like individual coaches. Do you feel in general that high school kids are coming in more prepared than they were 10, 15 years ago?
I mean, I think the game of football has grown in the last 15 years. So is high school football better now than it was 15 years ago? Yes, but so is college football, right? And so is the NFL ball in a lot of ways. So I think the game of football has grown, over the years, and it continues to evolve and change, and that's one of the things that makes this sport so great.
How locked down is the Sharpie situation for this game?
What's the question? I got my Sharpies, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah. So, well, last week you told. Okay, you've already got him. Last week you told us you didn't like the black Sharpie. Yeah. So we noticed. I think you went red and green.
No blue though.
So what do we have this week?
Yeah, they're in my locker. They'll be ready to roll before we roll out there for game day. We'll see what colors we end up picking.
Oh,
are you an ultimate creature of habit on game day? Do you have a very strict regiment, or are you just kind of you know what you're doing, but you allow some some wiggle room just to kind of have a normal day?
I would say that I'm not superstitious in any way, but I am. I do think routine and consistency matter. So I do have a consistent approach when it comes to game day.
Have your boys said anything about this weekend's game? Given you any advice? Your sons?
No, they haven't. I'll make sure to ask them though.
Yeah, I'd like to know what they
if they have any thoughts.
Yeah,
I just was wondering if they even knew that this was this one was a little bit different than maybe some of the others.
I don't know. Probably, yeah, they probably do that. We don't spend a lot of time talking about football when I'm at home, so
that's good.
But yeah, I got a feeling that they probably have an idea this one. Feels different. If they don't, they'll probably figure it out when they get to the stadium.
Yeah, they might have some thoughts after the game.
Maybe, maybe some tips.
All right, sir. Good luck against Ohio State. Thank you. We'll talk to you next week.
I appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
All right, that's Dan Lanning, who joins us each week courtesy of Unitas Community Credit Union. Like a coach's playbook, Unitas has a winning strategy for your finances. You, us, Unitas. The Dan Lanning postgame show, next on The Fan.
Seahawks football is on The Fan.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
On 1080 The Fan.
All right, well, let me read a couple of texts here. It's the Vancouver Ford text line, 503-864-6326. Your dollar goes further. Vancouver Ford, they treat you right before, during, and after the sale. VancouverFord.com. Mike in Salem says, man, I love it when Dan Lanning's bristly with you guys, although I do feel bad for you. Somebody else said, most boring Lanning has ever sounded. I wonder why.
Yeah, we weren't getting a lot this week.
And I didn't even get bristly as much as, he's just dialed into something else.
Yeah. He didn't want to deal with it.
Is this AI Dan Lanning?
No.
That's a good text. It did kind of sound like AI Dan Lanning this week.
Well, look, it's clear.
Maybe it was.
It's clear that he does not like doing media stuff.
I don't mind talking to y'all.
But I'll say this. I think he handles it a lot like, we'll take Chip. Chip and Mario both didn't like doing media either. And I think Lanning handles it. For something he doesn't want to do, I think he handles it exponentially better than both Chip, who was an ass, who, by the way, is actually really good now. I think Chip,
because he's happy again, I think,
is way better.
Well, I think you got to learn. You got to remember, Chip Kelly was a young coach.
Yeah. When
he was the head coach at Oregon, it was his first head coaching job, and all the media stuff, particularly as a head coach, is new.
Yeah.
And Chip did not handle it well at first. No. You and I talked about that ad nauseum then, and I remember us saying on this show, I think he's going to get better. It's just a learning curve, and he's gotten a lot better. He is much more fun and more, I guess the word would be, he doesn't have his guard up as much around the media. Yeah. He gets the bit, and he plays along, and he's a pretty interesting guy and an interesting interview. I think Lanning is a little bit of the same. I think he's having a hard time early in his head coaching career figuring out how to balance all that. You're right, he doesn't love it. No coach loves it, but there is an element of it's part of your job. So the question is how much of it do you do? And when you do it, can you fake it a little better? That type of thing.
Well, actually, I thought his answer to Suk about College Game Day was one of the most telling of the entire, or honest of the whole interview, because you asked him, will you have fun with that, or do you just feel like you're kind of stuck going to do it? And he said kind of in between, he's like, I bet it would be a lot of fun if I didn't have something big looming,
his answer was very revealing there. It was like, look, no, I don't want to do this. I've got a game to prepare for.
And he wasn't poo-pooing the show. He wasn't saying it's bad, but he's just like, it's just part of what you got to do.
The thing that's great about Lanning, and like I said, I said this with Chip, and I'll say it with him, I think that eventually he is going to be, he already is a sort of a must-listen interview. Like he has, of all the Duck coaches that you and I have interviewed over the years, or even Beavers, whomever, some carry more weight than others, even though it's the same position. Yeah. I don't know that people were huddled around the radio listening to Mario Cristobal.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why that is.
I don't
Maybe
think
just because
he wasn't very likable.
Well, but I also think he was just he just was not revealing. Like,
we just roll, brother.
There wasn't a lot of personality there. No. Whereas with Chip and with Lanning, they're guys that you want to have a beer with. Like, you can see some personality there, and that's what we try to get out of these guys when we interview them, at least in some ways. And I think those are more fun interviews because those guys, they can let their hair down. They're good dudes. But if they're distracted by football, there's a balance there. Then I think he'll be better about finding that over the next handful of years. He's a young coach. What is he? 38 years old?
Yeah, he's like 36 to 38, somewhere in there. And but when you get him, we've had him off bye weeks, when we had him off a big win, he's great. Like,
before the season, he's great. Like, there's plenty of times that he's been fun, engaging, insightful. It just depends on where he's at.
Yeah, he is. We've all had this person in our lives where, walking in your front door, what sort of evening it's going to be, right? Like, if you've got a temperamental spouse, we've all been there, where you walk in the door and you can tell there's a vibe. And that didn't come as a surprise. I figured Ohio State week, it was going to be like that. But I do think, unlike Mario, he is someone that people want to hear from. I think eventually, when you're just a red ass, and I just think people get they get bored with it, they get tired of it, and Lanning isn't that. Like I said, it's somewhere in the middle, and it's a very good point you bring up. Young coaches often learn to deal with it better.
You can just see it. You
Yeah.
can see them going through it, and I just he's got a lot of personality, and he's a really fun guy. I think. Lanning,
38, a lot of future left there.
and he has a lot to offer. I just think he's got to find that balance of, and his staff has to help him find that balance of, hey, how much of this do I do, and when I do it, am I into it?
I've talked with a couple guys that I know better than just as a media relationship about being coaches. A couple guys that I played with, a couple others that I just know as kind of family friends. And to a man, and I would say I know about 4, maybe 5 that have I'm trying to think. Yeah, 5 that have moved up the ladder to become head coaches of Power 5 or now Power 4 programs. And every one of them says the same thing. You don't realize the demands on your time and the ancillary crap that comes with being a head coach. You just don't. Like, even being a coordinator and seeing your head coach go through it, I just don't think you can appreciate it until you're the head coach. And, it's why you can't just sit in meetings and you can't just sit there and dig around X's and O's. The CEO aspect of being a head coach, especially at the collegiate level, is probably the most appreciated aspect.
And it's getting harder.
It absolutely harder every single year. And that's just that's part of it.
God dang, what do you think?
And that's why you can't, even guys that run an offense, run a defense, once you become the head coach, you are for most of the people, you no longer become the de facto coordinator. You don't, you turn it over to someone else, because you can't just sit in a defensive meeting. You now have to be on the other side of things. It's just, it's hard. Very few coaches actually call plays. The NFL, it's a little bit different. The Andy Reids of the world and the Sean McVays. But for the most part in the collegiate game, you're not. You are the head coach. And part of that, yes, is dealing with the media responsibilities. I'll never forget, and this is kind of what led, this is what led to Chip Kelly, kind of our, I don't know, falling out. What would you say? Like, we were pretty good with Chip when he was a coordinator, and then when he became a head coach, and then this was kind of the fork in the road. It was at the Rose Bowl game, and Chip walked out on a, was it ESPN?
Yeah, it was ESPN.
Chip walked out of an ESPN interview that he had to do. It is in their contract. ESPN pays a lot of money to broadcast those games. And
for the freaking Rose Bowl, yeah, it's a big deal.
And I don't remember who the female reporter was, but she had just gotten Jim Tressel. And so Jim Tressel had done his media, and then Chip was up on the podium doing the group thing. And so Tressel, and we're all just kind of sitting back, and me and Rob aren't in the gaggle of media. We're just kind of sitting back watching this. And so they pull Tressel aside, and they do the little side one-on-one with the ESPN reporter. And Tressel finishes his 10 minutes and, hey, nice to, shake your hands, all that, and away it goes. Chip gets off the podium, comes walking down, and she goes over to grab Chip. And Chip just brushes her off and is like, no. And Chip goes and gets on the escalator, and she says, well, Coach, we need to do it now. And Chip just looks at her and goes, no, and walks. And she went over to the Oregon SID and lit his ass up and basically said, you get his ass back up here. Like, who do you think you are? Blah, blah, blah. And sure enough, guess what happened about 2 or 3 minutes later? Chip came back up the escalator.
Chip got a call from someone big, and he made that right.
And said, you sit your ass down. And Chip went and did that interview, and we didn't bury him for it, but we were like, dude, this happened. And I remember Rob specifically being like, this is the difference between Jim Tressel, that has been to like 7 of these, and Chip, who had been at his first one. And it wasn't like an overly negative thing, but I remember just having that conversation of, we said, I bet you in 3 or 4 years this won't happen. And Chip was livid that we talked about that. And that was kind of the end of him talking to us. After that, it was very cold and very icy. And it was like, well, you're the enemy now. And then as the years went on, that stuff just faded away. But that was the definition of a young coach that didn't know how to handle any of that. And watching Jim Tressel in that Rose Bowl, dude, Jim was just cruising. He's there in his sweater vest, smiling and shaking hands and just going about his business and handled it all.
Feels like Lane Kiffin's one of those guys who's coming out the other side of that right now, where when he was younger, he didn't get it. And now he's figured it out. He's slowed things down. He's just easier with all of it.
Saban did it. Go back.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
Go back and look at Saban in the early days versus Saban the last 7 years, 8 years at Alabama when he's winning national titles. Completely different person with the media. Completely. Dion hopefully will figure this out one day.
I read through that bull junk you wrote.
You know, you all have to play the game, and you can either have it work for you or you can fight against the machine. And I've never understood fighting against the machine.
Well, I think, and that's where I'm 100% with you. I just feel like coaches. It's not even just coaches. I think it's just a human dynamic. Maybe in politics or whatever. If you have to deal with media a lot, you don't trust them, right?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
feel
They're
like
evil.
you feel like they are out to get you.
Yeah.
I have never understood why. Well, it's not all of them. Like think Mike Leach.
Yeah.
Mike Leach was the king of doing media, and he did not view it as gotcha. He viewed it as an opportunity to promote what he has going on, and that's the way you should look at it. And he was fun and interesting.
Yep.
And I feel like nobody views doing media as a conduit to your fans. Like you have a lot of fans. There are a lot of people that watch what you do and want to hear from you. It's not about the hosts. It's about this is an opportunity for you to speak to your fans. And if they viewed it that way, it may take a little bit of the stress of, oh, they're out to get me. Your thought process about even why you're doing it in the first place. Yeah. We're not out to get anyone.
Don't look at it as adversarial, me versus you. Look at it as like
this
we're
is a
together
conduit.
and there's a message going out.
Yes, there is a message going out to a lot of Duck fans who want to hear from you, and this is an opportunity for you to win them over.
Yeah.
I mean, my God, you know who is the freaking best at this? Now that we're talking about this, the best on the planet was Mike Riley.
Yeah.
Because Mike Riley never got offended by anything. He knew you had a job to do. If you had to ask him a tough question, he would handle as best he could. Yeah. But my God, did that guy win people over? And when things went south, he earned slack on the rope because everybody freaking loved him. Yeah. Because he was such a nice, genuine guy.
Yeah.
That can help you.
So I've never understood fighting the machine because it's you may not like it, and I think that's kind of what Lanny was saying. You know, you may not like it, but you understand that
he gets it.
He gets it.
He knows.
And I did. And I think he's a smart guy about that. Even though he's a young coach. Where have you guys been? I absolutely he gets it. But you're right. Mike Riley was
just the king because he was authentic.
Yes.
He was always available. Yeah. And he just would never can you think of any moment where he got mad about anything?
Even some of the ugly stuff with the set the expectation and all that. And that's why I joked when I was coming out and I was getting recruited. I was a Pettibone recruited me, and then right after, and then it was Mike Riley. And I said many times he probably is my favorite guy that we've ever interacted with. And if I was coming out of high school a couple years later, I would have gone and played for Mike Riley. I just really I respected him a lot because of that. Yeah, he was different, and we've been fortunate because I think we've had some really good ones that have come through the ranks over the years in different ways, different personality types. You know, from Chris Peterson to I thought did a nice job. I think David Shaw at Stanford was
with the media.
Yeah, with the media.
See, I don't think Peterson did. Peterson to me was one of those bristly leave me alone guys until now he's in the media.
Now he's in the media.
He's much more I don't know, congenial is the right word, but he's pretty good on the.
David Shaw, I thought, was really good.
I mean, what's his name? Peterson's pretty good on the broadcast now, but I think at the time when he was coach, as a matter of fact, I believe it was Chip Kelly who called him for advice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Peterson was the one who kind of talked Chip into
being that way.
I
think when he got to UW, and this is kind of where I think stuff started to change. I think he realized when he got to UW, you can't be Chris Peterson from Boise. You just can't. It's like Mark Few.
Well, you certainly can.
Well, you can.
Guys do it.
I don't think it's the best idea.
Right.
I think one of the reasons Mark Few always stayed at Gonzaga is because, again, he can control the message. The way Mark Few is, good luck doing that in Kentucky.
But you mentioned David Shaw. That's a great one.
He was great.
He was always great.
Yeah.
There's just some guys just get it.
Yeah. You know, and Bellotti was an interesting mix. He could kind of go back and forth on that. He certainly had his fair share of bad moments with the media.
He was pretty polished.
But he was pretty polished.
But overall, he did the country club, the fundraising thing, the donor booster thing really well.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that was part of what he was good at, I think.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, someone said right here, Vancouver
I'm
Vortex.
cooking on your
Coaches are
grill.
control freaks, and when they're in an interview, they're not in control. I think
Yeah,
that's
that's right.
yeah.
They're just a little too paranoid.
Yeah.
Sometimes, but I guess I get why.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's there's millions of dollars, and you feel like at any moment that job is slipping away. And most of the people that climb to those ranks are hyper competitive and just
And that's what it
single-mindedly
is.
obsessed.
And so that's what I think Lanning is. I think he is so freaking competitive.
I think so.
That the only prism he looks at anything through is this going to help me win a football game?
Yeah.
And if this does not help me win a football game, I mean I'll do it because I know it's part of the thing. He's a smart guy.
But I don't care.
But I don't care.
What was that, like Michael Jordan in the last dance documentary about like he would like attendance, like locker room attendance, that he would flip quarters against a wall.
Yeah.
Because he needed juice. I remember we had Roy Jones Jr., who might be my favorite boxer of all time. And we were talking about Roy being competitive. And he said, if I see you drinking a bottle of water, I'll drink mine faster. And you're like, huh? And I'm like, do you tell the person? He goes, no. But if I see you drinking water and I'm drinking water, I'm like, I'm going to finish mine first. And you're just like, oh my God. And you realize like, and he just said, I can't turn it off. He goes, that's just the way I am. And that, like, I think that's psychotic. And yet, I wasn't like a 12-time world champion. So, maybe Roy's on to something. Maybe Roy's on to something that you should be more competitive about drinking water.
All right. Coming up next in the news, the weather shift is coming.
Mm-hmm.
And is a bag that says right on it, definitely not a bag full of drugs. Full of drugs?
I love that.
Is it?
Should I write that on all my bags of drugs? Definitely not drugs.
That is next on The Fan.
This is a football with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brian Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, the number 3 Ducks host the number 2 Ohio State Buckeyes tomorrow afternoon at Autzen Stadium. Reports circulating that Oregon defensive lineman Jordan Birch may have sustained an injury in practice this week, but nothing is official from the team. Kickoff is at 4:30. The Buckeyes favored by a field goal. Our coverage here on The Fan starts at 9 a.m. with the Center and Saint tailgate. A couple former Ducks are going head-to-head on the NFL Gridiron Sunday as Justin Herbert and the Chargers visit Bo Nix and the Broncos. They'll kick it off from Mile High at 1:05 our time. The Chargers are 3-point road favorites. On the diamond tonight, a winner-take-all Game 5 between the Padres and Dodgers in the NLDS. Yu Darvish gets the ball for San Diego. Yoshinobu Yamamoto starts for L.A. First pitch from Chavez Ravine at 5:08. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind
24. It is time now on our show for In the News. I am your noted newsman. Hello, thank you.
Caitlin Clark is white.
Caitlin Clark is white. As always, this is brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com. It is World Egg Day. Do you like eggs, Jason?
I got nothing against eggs.
How do you eat your eggs if you go to a...
lots of different ways.
Well, but let's go
over medium.
Final meal.
Over medium.
Over medium.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't have eggs. Eggs can't stand on their own. Eggs are a...
you need it with other things.
It's a side. You know, like I'll throw, some eggs and I'll eat them with some. I never eat eggs on their own. I would never order eggs. They just,
but they never really...
It comes with my breakfast.
They always come with other things, though.
I like mixing them with some hash or, get a little steak in there, a little piece of steak, throw some egg. Eggs
cheese.
Yeah, there you go. A little eggs and rice is always a good one.
Tomato,
eggs, rice, turkey.
Avocado.
There you go. Something like that.
Now we've just built an omelet.
There you go.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
It is also National Sausage Pizza Day.
Now that's delightful.
It's not my first choice for pizza, but kind of depends on what type of sausage.
Yeah. Yeah, you got the Italian sausage, you got the hot sausage, the hot wing. I mean, there's different
What's
ways to
the
go.
big, chunky, spicier ones? Is that Italian?
Yeah, I think that's an Italian hot sausage. Sausage is great.
I like that.
Yeah. It's the Totino's little sausage on there, the little party pizzas. Remember those? The sausage was my favorite of the Totino's.
Yeah, they had the little turd sausages.
Yeah, little
right?
turd sausages.
Yeah, those are gross.
I don't know why, but as a kid, I thought those were great.
Ugh. Well, Wanda Sykes is in town tonight. I don't know if you care about that.
I find her okay.
She's playing there at the Schnitz.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that she's like top of the food chain for me when it comes to comedians, but she's funny.
She's one of those that I would say very funny, but no interest in going to see her. How about that?
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's a fair statement.
I watched Ali Wong's new special last night.
Love me some Ali Wong.
Have you seen her new special yet?
Which one's?
She got a new one.
The new one.
It's on Netflix.
Then if it just came out, then no.
Just came out. Yeah. She's talking about her divorce and.
Oh, but I did see her working on that material. I saw her maybe 6 to 8 months ago, live in person, and she was working on that material. I think she is with Bill Hader now.
Yeah, she alludes to that at the end.
Yeah,
it's actually a whole thing.
Yeah. See, Ali Wong to me she's
funny.
She's fantastic.
This special,
not the best.
Nah,
I understand,
but she is very funny.
Yeah.
We have a major weather pattern shift expected in the Pacific Northwest. This will be over the next week.
Are we getting hot or cold?
What do you think? You think it's going to be 120 next week?
Well, maybe,
I don't think so.
Maybe in the 80s. It's supposed to be 76 in Eugene tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Not next week.
Oh, boy. Here comes the cold.
Clouds will slowly increase through midday with a few sun breaks. This afternoon, temperatures will likely bump into low to mid 70s across the Willamette Valley. Do I sound like a weatherman?
Not really, but let's go with it.
Portland's average temperature should only be in the mid 60s for the middle of October. So this weekend will be nice, but sunny and warm weather will fade to wet and cool conditions over the next week.
And will continue for the next 6 months.
Yeah. So it's pretty much right on cue, right?
Yeah,
it's usually Halloween.
Halloweeny. If you get a dry Halloween, consider yourself lucky, but
Tell you what, dude.
The drizzles are coming.
I was talking to Masters Pete. He's in here visiting us today. He always brings us delicious sugary treats.
Yeah. That we try to not eat.
Yeah, well, right. But it continues to, because they just sit out there, and he continues to call your name every time you walk by.
He's a drug pusher.
And then you eventually just eat it all. Yeah. What is that? Crumble cookies he brought today? Yeah. Delicious.
Those
but anyway,
probably about 1,200 a pop.
He said they were 900 calories each.
Oh, okay. Not only 900. So I refuse to believe that apple pie one is only 900 calories. That thing is $1,000 at least.
But at least it has apple on it.
Yeah, that's why I stayed away from that one. I ate a quarter of the chocolate chip cookies. I thought it was the least offensive caloric intake of the cookies.
Anyway, we were talking about being at the coast. What was that, a couple weeks ago? I was out there with my wife, the anniversary. Oh my God, it could not have been any nicer. The best weather ever at the Oregon coast.
Of all time.
Oh my God.
Big weather, ocean weather.
Blue skies, no wind, maybe 70.
It's nice.
Dude.
It's nice.
It just changes everything when the weather's that good out there.
Now it's no more. Well, welcome to the rain.
Got some good pictures. We did it.
All right. Right there on the beach?
Yeah.
It's very sandy.
I don't think I would do it with my wife. That doesn't seem like, why? What's the point?
You're making me uncomfortable.
Well, this is a great story. Here on the Fan.
Do I have to guess what the story is?
Police got an ironic surprise after stopping two people driving a stolen vehicle in southeast Portland Tuesday night.
Okay.
Officers originally spotted the driver and passenger near Southeast Division and 162nd. They searched the car, reportedly finding cash, a loaded firearm, scales, and a bag, which had this printed on it. It read, "Definitely not a bag full of drugs." That was on the bag.
I will state for the record, that's the greatest bag of drugs of all time.
Police then confirmed that the bag did have drugs inside.
Rat farts. I love the irony of it, though.
Everybody.
This is like in the old Batman TV shows where everything was labeled, you know? So I like it. A little disinformation.
See,
the officer's like, hey, what's there? And you could say, definitely not drugs, officer. Read the bag.
So shouldn't it be the opposite, though? Shouldn't the bag say, oh, definitely drugs in here? And then the officer's going to be like, well, it says it right on the bag, there are drugs in there, so there's certainly not in there. I won't even check that bag.
Not as funny, though. I like the whimsy that these drug dealers have of putting definitely not drugs. Like someone on the Vancouver text line, do you think Swag has a bag that says definitely not a dead hooker inside? I just kind of enjoy
Swag catching strays.
Well, it wasn't me as Vancouver text line. I just enjoy now the idea of labeling misinformation, fake news on all of my bags.
Well, what if the cops couldn't read?
I think that's
Did they get away with it?
That's probably a bigger problem than. I'm assuming at some point during the police vetting process that reading and comprehension plays a role. I don't know. Maybe not.
A lot of assumptions being made.
I just love it. Definitely. The fact that it said definitely not a bag of drugs.
Most definitely.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
I don't have a bag of drugs, but if I did, I now 100% would label it most definitely not a bag of drugs.
Well, it does raise we could do a whole bit on, how to label your
drugs?
Not necessarily your drugs, but just, your stuff you don't want people to know about. You know what I'm saying? Maybe even around the house.
The YouTube chat saying there's a old SNL Steve Martin skit with not penis cream.
Not penis cream.
Not penis pump. Well, like a lot of people have like the drawer, the naughty drawer.
Right.
Could you label that like when you like in your bedroom? Definitely not the
naughty drawer.
Not a bunch of sex toys in here.
Yeah. Kids, don't look in this drawer. Definitely not filled with pornography and sex toys.
Yeah, somebody texted in, said, I got in trouble the other day. My wife found my box. I labeled it definitely not a bunch of porno mags.
I now kind of want to do this. I want to go get like a paper sack and leave it on the coffee table and just write on it, definitely not hardcore porno. And seeing like how
could Iserman stay away from that? Could he not touch that?
Well, he's gone, but like so I just have the daughter.
Rest in peace.
The daughter and the BTJ. Would they bother to look into it? Would they be afraid
My son
that
is an idiot.
Would have hardcore porno in it? Would
I think they'd look into it instantly.
Really?
More so than if it wasn't labeled.
Okay. So I think this is fun, and I'm gonna staple the top where you're going to have to. Because it's one thing just to open it up, but if I staple it, now you're exposing yourself. You are letting me know you are opening definitely the bag of not hardcore pornography. I don't think my daughter will open it.
Wait, what are you gonna put in it?
I don't know.
Hardcore pornography?
Where do you get hardcore pornography anymore?
Just throw your phone in there.
The internet probably has some.
They'll get it.
Throw an iPad in there. I kind of want to see where this goes. This is a nice social experiment.
Have you ever heard of an Arctic fox?
Yes, I have heard of an Arctic fox. I have I don't, but I've purchased, this is kind of one of those bad, I have a ring that I bought for someone that's made out of Arctic fox bone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jody Allen, who knew? That's illegal.
Is it?
Yes.
I definitely do not have a ring made of Arctic fox bone.
And is it in a box labeled definitely not a ring made of Arctic fox bone?
It will be shortly. I did not buy this when I went to Iceland, nor did I bring it back through customs in any shape or form. Just so we know. That definitely didn't happen. Continue. And it's definitely not in the shape of an Arctic fox, which I thought was kind of cool.
Is an Arctic fox on the loose in Portland? We find out next on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports. A view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation. Online at windownation.com.
The 2-2 delivery. Swung on. Hit a ton. Deep left. Green. Back. Track. Wall. Gone! David Fry! Off the bench. A 2-strike. 2-out. 2-run home run. And Cleveland's back on top for the third time tonight, 4-3.
Big bomb, David Fry in the 8th inning.
Yeah.
Guardians forced a Game 5.
Saturday, right?
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, tomorrow
they
morning.
Moved it up because
Yeah.
of inclement weather.
Yeah.
The Fans Window of Sports brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free now. 0 down, no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule your estimate by calling 866-90-NATION or going to windownation.com.
The home of Dirt and Spread.
Portland. Experts don't know.
Oh, no. So we have Brett Favre, non-Arctic
Oh, boy.
Fox news. He did a lot of news. I do know that.
A small white mammal spotted in Portland this week seems to be outfoxing experts who've been asked to identify it. OPB podcast producer Julie Sabatier was one of several people who turned to Reddit Wednesday with photos and video of a young white animal on trolley tracks east of South Macadam and north of the Selwood Bridge.
Oh.
Cute little thing.
Yeah, they're adorable.
It looked like a fox, but it was white, not a color typical of that species native to the Pacific Northwest. Arctic foxes, which are white, live much further north in cold tundra regions.
Couldn't it be like a albino regular fox?
Redditors were intrigued at the sight, and so were wildlife experts. Most of them saying, we really don't know what it is. Here is a quote from Jennifer Osborne Elliott.
I love that we don't have any ideas. So we're like, it's probably an Arctic fox.
Who oversees the North America area of the Oregon Zoo. I can tell you that we have gray foxes in Oregon, red foxes. Most, but not all, are invasive, and there are people to have pet foxes, which may or may not be legal. I have never heard of an Arctic fox this far south.
So my guess is it's not an Arctic fox.
The Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife was uncertain of the creature's origin. It's a mystery.
Yeah, it's not a mystery. It's not an Arctic fox. So, you know.
I mean, I don't know what an Arctic fox looks like.
It's just a white fox.
Well, it looks like a white fox.
Turns out it was just somebody's dog.
Right? Anytime one of these stories comes up, chances are it's just, again, it is like a...
You think that's a dog?
Let me see.
I don't.
Where's the photo?
Here, I got you.
No, let me see.
There's no... I mean, it doesn't have a collar or anything. So that's what it looks like right there. You see that? Why is his mic... Is your mic working?
Yeah. He's hitting the talk back.
I hit the talk
Why
back.
are you doing that? Stop hitting.
I don't know.
What's the matter with you?
It looks like a dog.
Yeah, see, to me that looks like a fox.
Oh,
because of the tail and...
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's probably just a baby dog. What's more likely?
You mean a puppy?
A puppy. What's more likely? That it's a white puppy that has it kind of looks like a what is it, like a elk hound husky sort of thing, or it's an Arctic fox when the Arctic fox expert is like, I've never seen an Arctic fox. I'm gonna lean to the side of it's probably just a white dog. It's like when someone's out in the woods and they hear something, they're like, could be an elk or
Bigfoot.
Gay Bigfoot. And they're like, whoa. You had me at Bigfoot. There's no way it's a gay Bigfoot.
I'm gay.
Those are really rare. Or it's just what it more than likely is, which is like an elk. So I'm going to say someone's little puppy or baby dog got loose and someone was like, it's an Arctic fox.
Someone else said this animal looks closer to an Arctic fox than any fox native to our area. It is potentially some kind of hybrid animal that escaped.
The hybrid?
Like a liger?
Yes. That escaped from captivity. However, we can't 100% rule out that it is a wild leucistic gray fox either.
What? The gray fox? I don't know.
Yeah, so that's where you were saying like an albino. Yeah. Leucism can cause an animal to partially lose pigmentation, so its skin or fur might be mostly white. So they can't rule that out either. That's probably what it is.
God forbid someone finds that they're going to shoot it. That always depresses me when we see like an albino moose or like the white buffalo, and they're like, oh my God, that's the most beautiful thing. That was like, kill it. Just let it be. And definitely don't make jewelry out of its bones.
Well, the real question is what does the fox say?
I think we know what that is. We know what that is.
Wasn't that what it was?
I thought you were going to do...
That's right.
That's what it was.
I thought you were doing your row. Yeah, foxes make weird...
What does the fox say? Beep, 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 beep. You don't remember that song?
No.
What are you
It was
talking?
a hit. It was
That
a cultural sensation.
Yes.
That was a cultural sensation?
What year was that? Can you pull that up?
I looked for it in our system. I didn't find it, so I'm gonna have to download it now. But they were like a Swedish band or something, and they were like, we need to reprise that song.
All right, that's in the news. October 11, 2024. The Hot 5 at 5 is coming up next. Joey Harrington next hour as well on The Fan.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.com.
Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, follow 1080 The Fan, and enable push notifications to get the latest on the Ducks, Beavers, Blazers, and more.
On 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Friday. It's your sports bros, Rob and Suk. I'm Rob. That's Big Suk right over there.
What's up?
Ryan Buckley is here.
Yeah, the baseball game starting right now.
We got the Dodgers and Padres here shortly. I believe it's an early game.
Yeah, flip over to that.
Well, early for West Coast.
West Coast.
Yeah, we got Joey Harrington coming up here at 5:30. We'll talk to him about, I don't know.
Something.
We'll find something.
Yeah.
Maybe the Ohio State game.
Maybe.
We'll see. Dan Lanning joined us earlier. Since we didn't have a show yesterday, he was on.
He didn't want to talk about the Ohio State game, but we made him.
That's right. We have viral video news coming up tonight in the club. And we'll see what else we get to. I wonder why more airlines can't be like Qantas. I don't know if you saw what they did recently, but
No. Qantas is the only thing I know about Qantas is from Rain Man. And I don't know if that's still the thing, but that was the whole bit in Rain Man. He says that Qantas is the only airline never to crash.
What?
You've never seen Rain Man?
Yeah, but it's been years.
Okay. Well, there's a whole bit in there where Tom Cruise and Dustin Hoffman being the autistic one, he's trying to get him on an airplane, and Dustin Hoffman refuses unless it's Qantas. And they're like in LA. Qantas doesn't fly from like LA to Vegas. And Dustin Hoffman won't fly unless it's Qantas because Qantas is the only airline that's never crashed. So that was the whole bit. He just wants to fly Qantas, and he's trying to explain to him, we can't take the flight, and so they end up having to drive. So I don't know if since when that movie came out, which is probably like 89 or something, I don't know if Qantas has crashed since then, but at the time, Qantas was the only major airline not to crash.
Has he heard of Malaysian Air?
Boy, yeah, they lost a couple like back to back.
Big ones.
Yeah.
Doozies.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm not real eager to jump aboard a Malaysian airline flight or any Russian flight for that matter either. It's a little, they tend to get a bunch that go down.
All right, let's get to the hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Suk. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com.
By the way, Dustin Hoffman was correct. Qantas has still never had a fatal crash.
Is that right?
Number 5.
Well, since the jet age began in 1959, modern aviation, Qantas has never experienced a fatal crash.
And they're not over here, are they?
They're Australian.
Australia.
Yeah. So I'm sure there's a flight that goes from Australia to LA, but no, you're not jumping a Qantas from SeaTac down to Erie, Pennsylvania.
It's too bad. They could probably make a lot of money if they came here.
Or maybe they'd crash more. I don't know. They got Boeings, but yeah, it's never crashed.
Jets offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett stripped of play calling duties.
Thank God.
But he will remain the OC.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's weird.
I still find it weird that you fired the guy that was in charge of the one unit that's done its job. At least you demoted, kind of, the one dude who's in charge of the group that isn't performing.
The new play caller is a man by the name of Todd Downing. He says it's been the most unique week of his 20-year coaching career. The Jets
Why is that name familiar? Todd Downing. What did he do?
He played center field for the Angels
There you go.
in 1989.
Is that right?
Number
No, you don't
4.
remember Brian Downing?
Wondering why Todd Downing sounds so familiar.
Probably because you're thinking of Brian Downing.
He's sure like Downing Street is where the British Prime Minister lives.
Yeah, that's probably it.
So that like Downing Street, like that's like their Pennsylvania Avenue.
Jets Bills Sunday. Old Pac-12 football tonight on ESPN. It's a late kick, 7:30. We get number 16 Utah visiting Arizona State.
Does anyone know if Cam Rising is alive?
He's supposed to be playing tonight.
Yeah, they're
Is
saying
he,
he's
is
back.
He saying
Yeah.
yes? Dude, there is not.
He's back.
It's not for long. Dude, that guy. There is not a more unreliable player in the history of college football than Cam Rising.
What's going on with him?
I don't know.
We think.
No one
Is he the
knows.
Kawhi Leonard of
He
college
is.
football?
Except Kawhi Leonard's really good, and Cam Rising, he's okay. I don't get it.
Better when he's playing, which is almost never.
Yes.
We also have a Big Ten matchup tonight between Northwestern and Maryland.
Toss out the records on that one.
God, no kidding. Who cares? But
Terps,
early
Cats,
on,
get excited.
it is scoreless, guys. No
Number
score.
3.
Russell Wilson, number 3. Oh, yeah. Russell Wilson is back and active for the Steelers. He will be QB2 behind Justin Fields this week.
I think Russ is cooked.
Despite a shoulder injury, Will Levis will start at quarterback for the Titans against the Colts. Giants will be missing wide receiver Malik Neighbors again against the Bengals. He's concussed. And Niners running back Jordan Mason has a sprained AC joint suffered last night in Seattle. They say more tests coming on that.
The San Francisco 49ers, their entire roster is the Cam Rising of the NFL. It's just at any given time.
Well, it seems like that every year.
It is.
What's going on?
I don't know. I'm sure other teams are like this too, and maybe it's just that we just pay attention to the Niners out here, but I just feel that thing is a mash unit every single year with their football.
Did you see Brian Dable having to answer questions about Malik Neighbors going to a rap concert while he's in concussion protocol? He was real excited about that. We're going to keep it in-house. That's all I'm going to say.
Hey, at this point, Malik Neighbors is the only thing they got going on offense. So.
Should you not be going to rap concerts when you're concussed?
It does seem that the lights,
like blinking lights. And
Travis Scott is only in town every so often, so
Malik Neighbors going to live his life. Or what did I say? Malik Neighbors?
Yeah.
Is that his name?
Yeah, you got it.
That is his name. Yeah. Live, damn it, live!
Oregon hosting Ohio State tomorrow on the Fan. 4:30 kickoff. First ever top 5 game at Autzen Stadium. There is a rumor that Ducks pass rusher Jordan Birch is hurt. The latest is that he was banged up in practice this week, but will play.
Yeah.
We don't have word on the nature of the injury or its severity.
Yeah, because the original, there were some rumors that he got carted off, and they're saying no, it was an exaggeration. And then Justin Hopkins, who had the original report, did say that he is going to play. So what that means, we'll find out come 4 o'clock.
Well, dude, he's been a monster.
Yeah, he's been a big deal.
He woke up.
Yes.
They woke him up.
Yes.
He's playing great.
And they're playing the varsity. I think that's going to be a big matchup. As good as this the D line is played, Ohio State has a really, really good O line, and this is going to be a big test for both sides.
I think we're playing the varsity.
Come too far together to stop now.
Like that old lineman for Ohio State that everyone was killing because he said he didn't love playing national, spotlight games. He was first team All Big Ten last year, so I think he handles it okay.
Sounds weak to me.
First team All Big Ten. Guy sucks.
And we have a winner-take-all Game 5 NLDS tonight. Yamamoto and the Dodgers hosting Darvish and the Padres. Mets await the winner. The Padres went down 1-2-3 in the top of the first.
Well, everyone had kind of written off the Dodgers because the pitching problems, and they went to a bullpen game last night and they rolled.
Yeah. Well, they scored. What was the final score of that game?
8. Is it 8?
8-0.
8-0.
Yeah.
I think?
Cease was terrible.
Yeah. So if Yamamoto can be what he was in the regular season and was healthy, it'd be a hell of a game.
They have moved up the Tigers-Guardians Game 5 tomorrow in Cleveland. It was 5 p.m., but now it's going to be 10 a.m. This is our time due to possible inclement weather. I don't know about you, but I have a hard time watching that series, like being glued to that. Like I can be glued to Padres-Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
I was certainly glued to Royals-Yankees. And the Mets-Phillies was glue.
This one does not have that.
This doesn't have.
I have watched.
It's hard to watch.
I have watched a grand total of probably 4 innings of Guardians Tigers.
I've even tried to turn it on, and I'm like,
I know. The second you turn it on, you're like, it just doesn't keep your attention.
No. And I don't know why that is.
There's no star power.
Yeah. It is. It's kind of a bunch of.
Outside of Jose Ramirez.
Yeah. It is a lot
and
of
even
like,
he.
Huh?
I like to watch him hit, but
You got the Quanner.
Dude, Dodgers-Padres is just chock full of stars.
Yeah. And there's some piss and vinegar there, and the sides hate each other, and we got fans getting into it, and, it's good times.
There's your Hot 5 at 5. It's brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com. Let's do a college football Saturday look-ahead coming up next, and then we'll get Joey Harrington in here to break down Ohio State, Oregon. That's coming up on The Fan. Hey, what's up? It's Rob sticking around for the Nash. October is a great time to pick up a couple new windows, maybe even 15, 30. I don't know how many windows you need for your house.
A lot of windows.
Whatever you need, you're going to get half off right now.
How many windows are even in my house? Do I have 30 windows?
There's usually more than you think.
Yeah, you start doing some math.
Yeah, you should count them up.
Yeah. Can I replace
have
it?
the answer by the end of this spot.
See what I can do. I'm gonna start counting on my hands.
And then I can tell you how much money you'll save. So you buy 2 windows at Window Nation right now, you get 2 windows free. Plus, you can pay nothing with no interest for 2 full years. So if you don't have all the money right now, 2 years is a long time to be able to save that up. So they're giving you a great deal. And October is the best time to buy new windows because with nicer weather here now, it's a great time to replace the old inefficient windows as the poor weather moves in, the wet and the cold. The more efficient ones from Window Nation will save you a bunch of money on your energy bills.
I think I have 14, 15 if you count a skylight.
You'd only have to pay for 7.
Tasty. Tasty. I like where we're going with
Call them
this.
now. Pick up your phone right now.
Let's go. I'm dialing.
866-90-NATION or windownation.com to get on their schedule. That's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com. Tell them you heard it from Isaac on the Fan.
It's the Vancouver Ford text line.
Plenty of time to talk sports today.
One number does it all. 503-864-6FAN. For contests and text in your favorite fan hosts about today's hot topics. Brought to you by Vancouver Ford. Your dollar goes further at Vancouver Ford. They treat you right before, during, and after the sale. Visit VancouverFord.com. The Vancouver Ford text line. 503-864-6326. That's 503-864-6FAN.
Now, here's a quick look at Portland traffic.
405 southbound heavy from I-5 over to Sunset Highway. Northbound not moving too bad today. North 5 is slow from 405 south over the Interstate Bridge. 205 a better drive from 84 to 14. I'm Claire Beverly with traffic.
This traffic report brought to you by
Ulta Beauty.
Is that hot?
Don't know this one.
You want to sing along?
This just sounds like Baby Shark.
But it's by Norwegian sensation Ylvis.
Damn Norwegians. At least it's not the Swedes.
Well, it is a good question. What does the fox say? No one knows.
I think it's something like this.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah, do we have? I'm sure you can look up what a fox sounds like.
I'll YouTube it.
Like a coyote. A coyote makes a little like yip kind of thing. See, when you originally said that, I thought that's what you were going with. Is your
my little dog growl?
Your little noises.
What does a giraffe sound like?
Yeah, I thought you were setting me up for that. I didn't know there was a whole.
No, it's a whole song.
There's a whole song.
We'll get Joey in here in 10 minutes. Let's look through the schedule in college
It's
football.
a pretty good week of college football.
Yeah, it's getting better. We've got Alabama, South Carolina at 9 o'clock. And I got to tell you, man, a lot of people hyping up that South Carolina game against who'd they play last week? They
played Ole Miss.
Oh, it was Ole Miss.
And
Yeah.
Ole Miss thumped them.
And I watched that. Why? Somebody owes me an apology, and they owe me my time back because South Carolina, their offense absolutely sucks.
Yeah, well, they bludgeoned Kentucky, who has a good defense, and then they had a nail-biting loss to LSU. And so some people thought that maybe South Carolina was going to be one of those sneaky teams, and Ole Miss gave them what for. But maybe just, Alabama, how do they bounce back? I mean, you just lost to Vanderbilt, for God's sakes. And then they got Tennessee coming next week. So maybe a look-ahead game where you just want to see Alabama kind of stabilize.
What about Washington, Iowa? That is the big nooner on Fox. Washington is at Iowa. Cool game.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, my buddy, who's a diehard UW guy, that's the one game he's choosing to go to this year. He was kind of excited about seeing some different stadiums in the Big Ten, and he's going to head out there.
Yeah, they have a cool environment. Going there,
Children's Hospital and all that.
Iowa needs this win. I mean, they're 3-2 overall and 1-1 in the Big Ten,
Well,
so this is a big one for them.
Well, that's the same thing for UW, right? I mean,
they just got a big win against Michigan.
Yeah, but I'm just saying for UW, who's now 4-2, like this was kind of a weird year for them. Some people thought that it was just kind of a throwaway year, but I mean, they dominated the Washington State and Rutgers game statistically, lost both of those games. Shouldn't have lost either one of them. And then you have the big win over Michigan. So I think for a lot of UW fans, they think that maybe the Michigan game, you turned a corner. You finally got into a close game and pulled it out the other side. And coming up, I mean, this is a big stretch for UW because you got Iowa and then on the road back at Indiana, who's undefeated, and then USC and Penn State. So UW's schedule here is pretty gnarly. So dare I say, this Iowa game is big to kind of get this stretch off on the right foot.
What is the tougher game, at Iowa or at Indiana?
I think it's at Indiana, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah.
Are Iowa over/under still like 28?
I don't think it's that bad, but it's
30?
not. It's not pretty.
So this is because Washington's defense has been pretty good.
Yes.
So is this 6-3 game type of? What are we expecting here?
I'm looking here. The total is 41.5.
Oh, okay, that's higher than I thought.
It's higher than you thought. But let's not act like the Iowa offense. So they scored. If you take out the Troys of the world, right? They scored 19 against Iowa State and somehow found a way to lose that game at the end. They had no business losing it. They scored 14 against Minnesota and lost, and they had a 7 spot against Ohio State. So.
Whoa. So the most they've scored against Power 4 is 19.
19. They scored 40 against Illinois State, and
Who's
they scored.
favored? You guys have a spread?
Yeah, I got it right here. They Washington
Iowa.
+3.
Yeah, Iowa's favored by.
Iowa's favored by 3.
All right, good ball game.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this. UW's interesting to me in that we kind of wrote them off, but like I said, this may be a better UW team than we think, and maybe by the end of the year, because they finished the year against Oregon, and I think a couple weeks ago everyone kind of looked at that and was like, it's a W. UW might be a little tougher out for some of these teams at the end, and they're not a playoff team, obviously, but with Penn State and Oregon in 2 of the last 3 weeks, UW may be a spoiler. If one of those teams, Penn State and Oregon, has one loss going into the end there, UW might be a spoiler type team. So just keep an eye on the Huskies over the next couple weeks.
Well, it's a big one at Iowa. We've got Texas, Oklahoma, the Red River rivalry.
Yeah.
12:30.
And this the spread
always a fun game.
It's always. I'm surprised the spread is this high because this is one game that no matter what always is close, and Texas is giving up 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, but don't you think that in typical Red River rivalry fashion, this will be a good game?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I do too.
To me, like I know Oklahoma's not great. You give me 15 points in this game. I'll take Oklahoma in some points because this game just finds a way to be funky every year.
This is the best. Ooh, is that out? Oh, this is the best game in college football, in my opinion. The Texas-Oklahoma game.
I can't disagree with that.
And the reason I say that is because it's the only game besides Army-Navy that is 50-50. The stadium, it's at a big stadium, and it's half one side fans and half the other side fans, and it's big rival, and it's awesome, and it's around the fair, and it's just in every year that seems to create an atmosphere that it's just a wild game.
Yeah.
I love Texas v. Oklahoma.
Couldn't agree more.
We also have Penn State USC 12:30.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by this.
This game is in LA.
Well, I'm not a big Penn State guy. You know me.
And Franklin's already complaining about travel.
Already.
Is he really?
Yep.
You're making me uncomfortable.
Apparently, they don't have a long enough or big enough runway in State College. They have to bus an hour away to Harrisburg to fly across the coast.
Yep. I just.
Well, how do they? But do they like? What if they're going to play it?
Then they don't need a big. They don't need.
They don't need that big of a
size.
plane. Maybe
Yeah.
I don't know.
We had that in Provo. If we were going to a smaller place, then we could fly out of Provo. If we were going across the country, we had to drive up to Salt Lake. So, which by the way, having done that the majority of our big games, dude, get the cob out of your ass, Franklin.
It's not that big of a deal.
Oh God, no. Most of the time we bust up to Salt Lake. Oh no.
You're making me uncomfortable.
I get a little nap on the bus ride.
How long is the bus ride?
Yeah, it's 45 minutes to an hour.
Oh.
It's really
Franklin said theirs is an hour.
Throw some headphones in and you take a little nap. It sucks on the way home, worse because you're tired, you're sore, and then you have to bus home. But dude, that is some of these coaches and the stuff they bitch about. I keep an eye on this because USC is not great, but USC is a solid team, and I just think Penn State every year is a giant pretender, and I want them to prove me wrong. And this is the sort of game where I could see them going out and stubbing their toe against a decent USC team, and then having to make excuses for Aller and that crappy offense. So I'm intrigued by this one.
We have Arizona BYU. Your BYU Cougars 5-0.
The undefeated, soon to be top 10 Huckin' Hebrews. Thank you.
We have Ole Miss LSU. That is number 9 against
Night game on the Bayou.
Yeah,
against number 13.
That's tasty right
at
there.
Tiger Stadium.
Yeah, I told you it's a great week.
Oregon State's taking on Nevada. Love the Beavs against the number there.
Who is it? The
number's 4.
Letdown spot. First time you're on the road in a month. You're coming off a double overtime win.
Nevada
who's
sucks.
the coach? It's the Chort or whatever? I'm trying to think of who
Choate or
Choate?
Is that it?
I think it's Choate. Yeah, he was throwing some shade at the Beavs because they never travel. They only rode every game for Oregon State minus San Diego State has been at home. So he kind of took a jab at him.
This is the Nevada coach.
The Nevada coach. He's like, how do I get that schedule?
Hey, you don't pee in Trent Bray's pot.
Oh no,
that guy.
Let's go.
He'll rip your face off. Looking here, Kansas State, Colorado. Hey, a big one in the Big 12.
Yeah,
4-1 Colorado hosting Kansas State. Now, what's interesting about this game, since they're both 4-1, you would think Kansas State's the better team, right?
Yeah.
They're the ranked team. Colorado's not. But if Colorado wins this game, they are 3-0 in the Big 12, and Kansas State will be 1-2.
Yeah, because
K-State needs this.
Well, K-State does need it, and they came into Provo and they took an ass whooping. So, and look, let's give credit where credit's due. Like, we can all sit there and criticize Dion because he's kind of a jackass, but hey, man, that's for where we thought they were going to go at the beginning of the year with that North Dakota State game. Give Colorado some credit.
They're better than a lot of people thought.
If they win this one, that's a big feather in their cap.
I was going to say, especially if they win this.
Yeah, but we've seen this from Dion before last year. You got to finish strong. It doesn't do any good to start talking S when you're 5 games into the season.
But you know
I ran through that bull junk you wrote.
You know what's coming if they win this game on
Oh,
Monday.
God.
The ad nauseum Colorado hype.
Yep.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
God. Buckle up.
Yep.
All right, coming up next, Joey Harrington joins us. We will get into Oregon, Ohio State.
You forgot Florida, Tennessee.
I don't care. Florida sucks.
Did you know, though, fun little fact, that Florida has won, I believe it's 18 of the last 20 of these games?
Really?
Florida,
Against
Tennessee.
the Vols?
Yeah. Dude,
they ain't going to win tomorrow.
They own Tennessee.
What's the spread?
14, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Vols just coming off a loss.
I'll take Florida in the points.
All right. You can have them. Joey Harrington joins us next for his weekly visit, but first, Buck has SportsCenter.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a SportsCenter update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, the number 3 Ducks host the number 2 Ohio State Buckeyes tomorrow afternoon at Autzen Stadium. There are reports circulating that Oregon defensive lineman Jordan Birch may have sustained an injury in practice this week, but nothing is official from the team. Kickoff is at 4:30. The Buckeyes are favored by a field goal. Our coverage here on the Fan starts at 9 a.m. with the Sinner and St. tailgate. Other big games on the agenda in college football include the Red River rivalry between number 1 Texas and number 18 Oklahoma. We also get number 4 Penn State visiting USC. Both of those games kick at 12:30 our time. Number 9 Ole Miss will visit number 13 LSU for a night game on the Bayou. It's a 4:30 kickoff our time, 7:30 down in Louisiana. A couple former Ducks will go head-to-head on the gridiron on Sunday as Justin Herbert and the Chargers visit Bo Nix and the Broncos. Chargers are favored by 3. They'll kick it off at 1:05. And on the diamond tonight, a winner-take-all Game 5 between the Padres and Dodgers in Los Angeles. They are just underway, and that game is currently scoreless. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Got a smart speaker? It's the Fan in your office and every room of your home. Tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's 1080 The Fan.
Well, we finally made it to Ohio State week.
I know we had to slog through some stuff, but
Here we are.
Well, it's a huge week in college football. It's the best week of the year, and this is the crown jewel of it.
And here's our friend Joey Harrington. I'm hearing rumors of something called the Heisman House.
That is a house that is occupied by that is fictionally occupied by Heisman winners. I was going to say that's occupied by fictional Heisman winners, but they actually won the award, unlike someone you're talking to. And then they fictionally occupy a house. I actually just I called Marcus to see if I could just crash on the couch for an hour and a half, and he's like, "Yeah, cool, no problem. Just don't don't get anything dirty."
What is the Heisman House? And are you going to be there?
I am going to be there. Yeah, from 1:30 to 3 o'clock. It's actually, so it's like, what's the best way to describe it? An activation. Essentially they just bring the Heisman House to, I think they have 6 locations through the college football season this year, and one of the games they chose was Oregon, Ohio State. It's a fan activation, Q&A, fun, pictures, just all the goodness.
So, wait, so there's a bunch of Heisman guys and fans come and meet them and you?
No. There's just me, the guy who lost, and then fans come and do like college football stuff at the house. Yeah, no. They should call it the not Heisman House because I didn't win.
Do you need the runner-up to the runner-up to the runner-up of the 2000 Remington Award there as well? Because that is about as far away from the non-Heisman houses you can get.
Wait a minute. So you were the runner-up to the runner-up to so you finished 4th.
I think I finished 4th or 5th. I may have been.
Don't be inflating your losingness now.
Yeah,
okay. Did you finish 4th or did you finish 5th?
I think I was the runner-up to the runner-up to the runner-up to the runner-up. I think I finished 5th. But
okay, now you're just a total loser because those of us who finished 4th, we live in the. No, you're not invited. No. You're not cool enough to be at the fictional Remington house. No. Because you finished 5th. Yeah. You have to finish 4th.
Yeah. I'm out.
You're out. I've told you the moment when I knew that I wasn't actually going to win the Heisman story, right?
Refresh.
We were at the opening night dinner. So we had just all flown in from Orlando for the College Football Awards and then it's that Friday night before the Saturday dinner, and they introduced everybody. They introduced Eric Crouch from the University of Nebraska. They introduced Ken Dorsey from the University of Miami. They introduced Rex Grossman from the University of Florida. And they introduced Joey Harrington from Oregon State University.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah.
that's
president of the Downtown Athletic Club stand up there and says, "Please welcome Joey Harrington from Oregon State University." And the crowd was like, "Oh, like we know that's not right." And I looked around and I was like, "Wait, so this whole weekend is free drinks?" And I will have another one of those because I now know I'm not winning. So you know what? Party on you guys.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's one of those. You just start drinking. It's a open bar and cheers.
But you're so right. That's
takes
the
pressure off.
That's a good tell.
Yeah.
You ain't winning.
Yeah. And everybody's like, "How was the Heisman weekend? What was it like?" I was like, "Man, it was an awesome party." Like Kenny and Rex and Eric, they were like all nervous. Like, am I going to win? Am I going to lose? I was like, dude, let's have a blast. Like, this is going to be awesome. So yeah, that's what happens. That's probably why I was invited to the Heisman House, because they felt bad that they screwed things up 23 years ago.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Well, that'll be fun for you. So obviously you're going to the game.
I am going to the game, and it was one of those things where I was going down for the appearance, and I was like, well, I guess I might as well just stay for the game, right?
Yeah.
Can't just drive all the way down there and then not go. So, yeah, we're going to stick around and see what happens.
So what happens then? Do the Ducks just give you tickets? Do they put you up in a suite? Like, how does it work?
Well, I'm not going to divulge those kind of state secrets to you. However, I actually no. I called a buddy in the athletic department and just bought some tickets through them. So, yeah,
Wow.
I was like, I'll go to StubHub, and like, no, we've got a few extras here. So, normally I would have just kind of gone to StubHub and said, hey, what do you got available?
This one, though, I think those might be slightly inflated. Something tells me that this is one of the more expensive tickets in Autzen history.
Yeah, I think ticket prices have come down a bit, but yeah, I haven't been. What's funny is I haven't been to a game since COVID.
Oh, really?
I haven't been to Autzen Stadium, and that's why I felt okay with being like, hey, you know what? Hey, I'm going to be in town, and not asking for free tickets, but if there's something around, I'd love to buy, just buy tickets like everybody else. But yeah, because every fall I've been on crutches since COVID, and
Well,
so
and you got
I don't
kids.
exactly want to be crutching around, up and down the stairs. And this is the first year that I'm actually walking. So hey.
Well, and you got kids. You got kids like soccer games and stuff, and that stuff keeps you busy.
You're a dad.
It does.
You're a dad.
It does.
It looks like it has come down because I want to say at the start of the week it was $275 to get in the game for a pair, and right now it looks like maybe $195 without fees. $195 will get you in the nosebleeds.
With a seat, with an actual place for your butt, because I was seeing 200 at standing room.
Yeah, I mean honestly, there's not much difference. So standing room is you can go in the absolute nosebleeds or standing. So with fees, you're probably looking, more like $240, $250 a ticket to get in. So it's come down a little bit, but not much.
Okay, so here's a question for you that all of that we debated very heavily on Talking Ducks to Thursday afternoons at 3:00 on Root Sports. Is this the biggest game in Autzen history?
Yes.
Yes. To me, it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this the biggest game in Oregon history?
No, I don't even think it's close.
I agree with that.
Okay. What if they win this game and then stumble the rest of the season? Is it still the biggest game in Autzen history?
See, that kind of goes back to.
I'm going to say no there.
Yeah, I'm going to say no because it's like what happened a couple years back when they beat Ohio State at Ohio State. But you got to capitalize on that. To me, and we were discussing this. I don't remember if it was last week or at the beginning of this week. I think the only thing that defines Oregon anymore, I think these little. I'm not saying this is a little game, but beating Michigan, beating Oklahoma, these Ohio State, you've been there. To me, the only thing that this program is a defining game anymore is winning a national championship. I mean, you've played for two, you destroyed the defending national champs in the Rose Bowl, you've beaten Ohio State at Ohio State, you've beaten you've beaten Michigan, you've beaten Tennessee on the road. I mean, you've played these games. So, with the exception of maybe Bama or Georgia, but they're in the same class as Ohio State, who you've beat, I just don't think there's anything left for this program to prove outside of winning the whole thing. So while it's a big game, I think it's the biggest game that we've seen at Autzen, 2 versus 3. Win or lose, it doesn't define anything to me until you put a ring on your finger, because that's where this program has established itself.
I could not agree more. Yeah. I mean, that's the... I heard an interesting argument from our friend and colleague George Reister, who said that there's a difference between the game in 21. Was it 21, 22? That where we went to the shoe and beat them. That win carried more significance because we truly hadn't had that type of win yet.
I think that's right.
Even though we stumbled a couple weeks later, that game at the shoe is different than this game at Autzen. And I would agree. I don't know that I would agree with the importance of the game at the Shoe, but I would agree with I don't want to say lack of importance, but the most important thing is winning a national championship, and that's it. And that can be even if you lose on Saturday, which I don't think they're going to, and I hope they don't. You can still win the national championship this year and lose tomorrow at Autzen.
Yeah.
Correct.
And vice versa. You can beat Ohio State, and then if Ohio State beats you in the playoff, who gives two blanks that you beat them at Autzen Stadium? It's like when Georgia and Bama played in the SEC title game, and Bama got them, and then they played again in the playoff. Georgia wins, goes on and wins a national championship. Alabama doesn't get to sit there and be like, well, I guess we won the SEC championship game. Cool. Welcome to my national title ring. So it's a huge game, but I just think for both schools, certainly Ohio State and Oregon has achieved this. Regular season is just a vehicle to put yourself in position to get to the thing the only thing that matters for top 10 programs.
I agree. I mean, and yeah.
Well, it's really
which begs the question then why. I'm hesitating to even ask the question because I know the answer. Like, why do we put such importance on it? But I know why, because it's freaking awesome. And it's like, this is the best. Like, this is a number 2 versus number 3, the biggest game at Autzen ever. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, we could lose and still go on and win the national championship.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's like, when Michigan came to Autzen in 2003, the program had something to prove. When Oklahoma,
20 years ago.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, I mean, it's like the evolution of program-defining wins. That you have them all, except for, as Suk said, the championship, right? So you win that game, you say, okay, we play some pretty damn good football out here, out west, right? Okay, so then you host Oklahoma a couple years later, you win that game. Then it's like, okay, well, you win a couple of they win a couple big postseason games, a couple Rose Bowls. They beat Wisconsin and they beat Florida State in the playoff. That was a program-defining win. You play for a couple of titles. You win on the road at Ohio State a couple of years ago. It's like, what other program-defining wins do you need? This one wouldn't be one. The two things that are cool about this weekend, one, it's just going to be a badass atmosphere, and this is why you get tickets to watch college football. I mean, it doesn't get any better than Ohio State coming to Autzen. The crowd's going to be crazy, and that's a blast. The second thing is you just get to there's no better litmus test to see where you truly are than these guys coming into your house. We don't really know what Oregon is so far, and you're damn sure going to find out tomorrow. And those are the two fun things about it. But it's nothing more than that, based on everything you guys said about the postseason. And you can lose it and still have a tremendous year.
You literally hit the nail on the head. This is going to be an amazing atmosphere to celebrate Oregon's, the rise of Oregon's football program at Autzen Stadium. And at the same time, it's not going to be, this game itself is not going to be a season-defining moment.
Well, and it's a little bit like the NCAA basketball tournament in that these sorts of games, only one team gets to cut down the nets at the end of the year, right? And in pro sports, like if you don't win the Super Bowl, you don't win the World Series, then your season's a wash, right? It's disappointment. And I think one of the cool things about college is it's not necessarily that cut and dry. If you make a run to the Final Four, you may be disappointed, but it's a hell of a thing. And I think some of these games have a little bit of that, in that just winning national titles is really hard. So if you don't win a national title, but you look back on this year and let's say you win, 11, 12 games, maybe you win a playoff game, but you fall short. While that will be disappointing, you'll look back at games like this and these sorts of wins. Not if you fall on your face and you lose 4 more regular season games, but games like this can define a season if you ultimately don't get your goal. And, chances are you're not getting your goal because winning national titles is really, really stinking hard, which is why I've never done it.
I'm having a hard time buying that one.
No, you don't buy that? Let me ask you this. Go back to the year that you won the Fiesta Bowl, right?
Okay.
You're telling me, and I know it's different now that we have a playoff, but you didn't get your goal. You thought you guys were good enough to win a national title. And and maybe you were, maybe you won't. You'll never get that opportunity. But you're telling me that season is a failure because you lost the game that kept you out of that? You don't think that looking back on that year and significant wins, including the Fiesta Bowl, didn't, while it may not be the year you wanted, you're telling me that doesn't put a different spin on that year and the memories that you had?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just think of I think of the Fiesta Bowl as like a singular moment, right? Mm-hmm. Had we lost that Fiesta Bowl, I wouldn't look back on the Arizona State game, or I wouldn't look back on the Wisconsin game. And even though we won the Fiesta Bowl, I don't look back on the Wisconsin game and say, God, wasn't that a great win against a national powerhouse? Like, I think of the Fiesta Bowl, and I think of the fact that we won the game, and like, I don't know. I think we've hit the point.
You didn't get what you wanted, though. You didn't. You didn't.
We didn't. You're right. And so to a certain extent, that season to me will always fall short. It was great. It was a fun ride. It helped propel the program to where it is now. It helped people realize that it was possible, that it was feasible for, a team that had been in the bottom third of the Pac-10 for the better part of a half a century, that it was possible for us to compete. But I look back on that season even still and say, damn, one game.
Yeah.
Like, we were one game short.
Yeah. That's interesting because that win against Colorado, that was a program-defining win.
Absolutely.
That was a big moment in program history. But to hear you say that is interesting because you were there, you played it, and to you, it's like
I just wonder,
left undone.
I know we got a break, and I don't know anyone on that team. I'd be interested to talk to a Dunze or Michael Penix. You want to talk about coming up one game short, right? Michigan. I wonder when they look back on that, beating Oregon twice. That's a regular season and a conference title game. Huge matchup. Biggest rivalry for either school. I wonder what they think of that season, because I don't know. I didn't play in that, but I something tells me that winning those two Oregon games were significant in the way you feel about that year. Even if you didn't get to where you wanted to go, you didn't win a national title. I think beating Oregon twice, I think, changes the way maybe they feel about that season than if they had lost one of those games and still got to the Michigan game and lost. I think it changes the way you think of that season, but maybe I'm in left field on that.
I think I can tell you how they feel about that season, which was, man, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah. But
damn, we were one game short.
Yeah. You probably always think about that one game. All right, we got a break. Joey Harrington is with us here, courtesy of Mods PDX. When we get back, where is the patented Joey Harrington worry meter set at heading into tomorrow? And how do the Ducks attack what could be the best defense in the country? That's next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Yeah, just knowing that every play is critical, special teams, going all the way down to offense, defense, and special teams, right?
let's get into the game. His thoughts. Where is the patented and exclusive to the fan Joey Harrington worry meter set at going into tomorrow?
5.5.
That's not bad.
That's pretty confident.
We had this discussion, like if you're sitting at 6, 7, 8, it's like, oh God, we're in trouble. If you're sitting at 2, 3, 4, and 5 is kind of that middle of the road. The only reason I'm at 5.5 is because Oregon has not, from start to finish, put together the type of game that it's going to need in order to beat Ohio State. Mm-hmm. Now, that being said, the defensive performance against Michigan State, that was incredible. I have been waiting to see that defensive line play like that all year. That was exactly what you need. The running game against UCLA was incredible. Dylan Gabriel throwing the ball against Oregon State, fantastic. They can do all of those things. And, they can – I'm actually kind of encouraged. I was talking with someone about this. Like, Dylan is going to have to, at some point this season, put the team on his shoulders, take a risk, make a throw, right, be the difference maker. The fact that he threw 2 interceptions in the red zone last week, to some people is a little nerve-wracking. To me, it's like, okay, he's pushing that boundary a little bit to know how far, like how close can I come to the edge before I fall off? All right, I'm pushing, I fell off. Great, let me take a step back, right? He knows where that edge is now for me. The reason I keep looking at this Ohio State team. You said coming into the break that this may be the best defense that Oregon will see. Maybe the best defense in the country, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah. There are some that think it is.
Tell me why.
Well,
here's the thing. Like this whole game, you could just put a big old. If you had to put a parentheses around this game, it's that we don't know because no one's played anybody. But when you look at most metrics right now, and now to be fair, the best offense that Ohio State's played is probably Iowa, and Iowa doesn't have a good offense.
That's what I was going to say. Iowa.
But when you look at the number, I could say the same thing about Oregon though, and Boise State carved them up. So I think that's what all you can point to is who you've played so far. And coming into the year, they said this could be a really scary defensive unit. And so far against the teams they've played, it's arguably the best statistical defense in the country. That's where that argument comes from. Is preseason expectations have been met so far, but they've played nobody.
Okay, but here's the thing. Who, and maybe I'm wrong in this, if you're playing Eastern Michigan, right? They played or Central Michigan, and they played a couple teams at the beginning of the year. And I can make this argument. You can absolutely. I'm very aware you can make this argument against Oregon as well, except for the breakout of the defensive line in Jordan Birch in the last game.
Sure.
Who on that defense for Ohio State is wreaking havoc?
Well,
they have one player in the top 50 in the country for both tackles for loss and sacks. One player.
Yeah. Well, Caleb Downs is probably their best player on the defensive side of the ball, and he's a secondary guy. And
but wouldn't you expect a defense that's supposed to be the best in the country to have some sort of standout against those smaller schools the first couple weeks? Right? Wouldn't you expect them to have a standout game against Michigan State? And yes, I will say they played phenomenal as a unit. But I think of so many times that these type of games are decided by a big-time player in a big-time moment. And that's what keeps leading me back to, like, I love this, and this is probably just like this romanticized idea that I have of, like, game tied in the fourth quarter, and here comes Jordan Birch around the edge. Right, the guy that we've been waiting to see break out this year, and he did exactly that. Like I love the idea of playing team defense, but I haven't yet seen, and I'm sure there's thousands of talented players or plenty of talented players on that team, but who's the superstar that's going to wreak havoc?
Yeah, I mean, Jack Sawyer is a guy that people really like. They have two really good defensive tackles. Again, Caleb Downs is arguably the best player on their team this side of the freshman receiver. But yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from. I think if you're talking to people about Ohio State, I think it's more of there's no weaknesses. Right. I think it's just,
and that's the point. Like they're all, you've said so and so is really good. So and so is really good. So and so, like they're all really good.
Yeah.
Like but oftentimes it's that superstar that makes the game defining play.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm looking for. I don't know. I'm curious to see how that plays out.
Yeah, that's an interesting element. You could say Ohio State is more complete, but you could say that Oregon has more star power. You could say that. I mean, certainly at quarterback, Oregon has they have the better quarterback. They have a star quarterback as opposed to Ohio State, who I'm not saying Will Howard is bad, but Dylan Gabriel is better than Will Howard.
I think so.
Yep.
You mentioned Birch. It's interesting because there's a rumor he's hurt. Will play, but is hurt, so that's an interesting element. But there are other guys. I guess in a game like this, though, if Ohio State has that guy, he's going to show up.
Well, and so
and it may be, it may be somebody we haven't named.
When I look at it, and they're not huge names, but they're two. And when you watch them, they're two defensive tackles. When it's Ty Hamilton, and the other guy is. I think it's Ty. I think they're both Ties. I think it's Ty Williams. They have two big people movers in there. And when I look at where Oregon may have issues and have had issues, even though it solidified them over the last handful of weeks, that to me, if I had to circle something, you said, where is the big plays going to come from? I don't know if big plays are going to come from that, but if their two big tackles can push the pocket and muck up that run game, and we've seen it this year.
That's an interesting point.
That's where Oregon's going to have. That's where Oregon's going to have problems. If I had to say one matchup that worries me more than any, it's just that, because I'm not certain if the line has been fixed or if the line has played bad teams. And that's the one I want to watch. If the interior of the Oregon line can move the two ties and stay ahead of the chains, stay on target, I think Oregon's got a really good chance in this game. So that would be. And in defensive tackles, it's like even remember in the national title game when they played Auburn, it was Nick Fairley. Nick Fairley. I'm not even saying that Nick Fairley made like 12 tackles, but you get defensive tackles in there and they can wreck things without.
And they just disrupt.
Yeah, they just disrupt. Yeah. So
yeah, they create. You get a defensive tackle in the backfield, he's going to create a throwaway. He's going to create an incompletion. He's going to create a run of 0 yards like that. Yeah, like that. That's an interesting point. Those are things that don't show up on the stat sheet.
Well, that's what Oregon's done so well. I love Oregon's defensive line. And in fact, my favorite group so far, even though, the Boise State game didn't go great, I think some of that was run fit when I look back at that, the linebackers. But my favorite group, I think, that I've seen so far of any position group, it's been Oregon's D-line. I know there's no Haloti Ngata and there's no, Igor and some of the, they've had some really good D-linemen there, DeForest Buckner. But in the 20 years I've been doing this, I don't think I've seen a more complete defensive line. And you look at some of the D tackles that came in transfer portal wise, you want to talk about game wreckers. I think that's the most underrated position in football for wrecking a game plan. And it does, like you said, doesn't always show up on the stats, but just keep an eye on the defensive tackles for both of these squads. And the defensive tackles, the interior of the line that is controlling this game, something tells me that's going to be the difference in this game.
Smart man right there. Smart man.
Well, enjoy the trip to Eugene, and whoever gets to sit next to you is a lucky person.
That's I'm not sure how to respond to that.
Well, I thought you were going to say that's debatable. Yeah. To which I was going to agree. But
is someone going to imagine going to Autzen? You're just some diehard Duck fan. Imagine Schultz. Yeah. And you sit down in your seats and you turn and there's Joey.
Yeah. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah. Either that or really awkward for Joey.
Yeah, you probably hate that stuff, but other people are like, "Oh man, that's Joey Harrington. Should I say something?"
It depends on who they're rooting for. It depends if they're cool.
Can you tell when
Yeah.
someone's a little nervous? Like you know they want to say something, but they're trying to build up the courage.
I just try and break the ice and just like, hey, what's going on? How you doing? I'm Joey. Just like, like let's get this out of the way and let's have a good time.
Hey, I have a real quick anecdote question for you.
Go.
So we were at the coast a couple weekends ago, my wife and I, and
Okay.
we ran into a couple from Seattle who were they were down dropping their kid off at Oregon, and so we got to talking to them, and the woman of the couple was asking my wife. She said, "Hey, I have a question for you." She said, "Somebody so and so, somebody of my family is neighbors with Joey Harrington." Now she doesn't know that I know you, or that she doesn't know me from Adam or anything. And she said, "Do you think it's okay? We have this debate all the time in our family. Can she ask him for an autograph?" And my wife,
a neighbor graph.
yeah.
Oh.
So I'm guessing
Whatever.
you know this person. I don't know if you have deduced in your head who this person is. I don't know who this person is. But my wife said no. And they kind of got into it.
Really?
Yeah, my wife was like, "Yeah, no, I wouldn't really be asking for."
Interesting.
Yeah.
See, I would say yes.
Yeah, I don't think it's a
I
big
think it's
deal.
okay.
So the question is Joey, does that bother you? I mean,
No.
Yeah, it's not a big deal, right?
But I know all my neighbors. I know
Yeah.
'em, I know everybody. To say hi and have a drink on the porch. And our kids have been playing in the neighborhood, so it's not like it's like some out of the like knocking on the door out of the blue. Of course.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
see,
So
I think context. See, here's my thing. This is my knocking on the door to ask for an autograph right out. Now, Joey taking out some trash, and that person lurking in the bushes and being like, "Oh, hey, happened to see you out at the curb, friend of a friend, big fan. Hey, could you, that?" See, I think context matters in this. I don't think you can go to the door to ask.
no, it's right place, right time.
Right place, right time.
So if
Well,
somebody,
how about you shoot me a message and say, "Hey,
Yeah.
my cousin in Seattle, like, would you mind signing something?" And I'd say, "Yeah, of course, no problem. Come on over. Let's have a bourbon."
do you know who I'm talking about?
Not a clue.
Okay, good. Well, if somebody comes and asks you for an autograph
Now you know.
that you know, some neighbor, then-
Seattle. Who would have family in Seattle?
See, how do you shoot you a message? I don't have my neighbor's numbers. I can't put it on a brick
Seriously?
and throw it through your front window. No, I don't know any
You
neighbors'
don't
numbers.
have your neighbors' phone numbers?
No.
How do you not have your neighbors' phone numbers?
Really? Like, is that a thing?
Oh my God.
I don't have any. Rob, do you have your neighbors' numbers, Rob?
a couple of them, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, the ones that I know and I like. Yeah.
I got nothing.
I mean, I even
Scott,
the guy next to me.
Abby, Carolyn, Andy, Anna. Yeah, I mean, like, absolutely.
Well, you're an outcast, so
Well, that is true.
other
Paul,
normal
Kimberly,
people form relationships with their neighbors.
Interesting.
John, Kirsten. Kitty corner across the street from me are the parents of a kid I grew up playing Little League Baseball against.
This says something about me, doesn't it?
He hit 17 home runs in a 16-game season. He was pretty dang good.
I'll be damned.
You know?
We got to go. Ryan Buckley's going to kill me. He's literally going to wring my neck. Have a great time in Eugene, and we'll talk to you next week.
Bye.
Joey Harrington, courtesy of Mod PDX. The future of building is here. Club 1080 is next on The Fan.
Hey, it's Luke from my hometown dealer, Vancouver Ford. Been in the market over 100 years. No one has sold more cars and trucks in the history of Clark County.
1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Reynolds Defense Firm. If you've been arrested for a DUI, you need a team of attorneys that you can put your trust into. Call Reynolds Defense Firm today, online at reynoldsdefensefirm.com. First on the Fan, the number 3 Oregon Ducks host the number 2 Ohio State Buckeyes tomorrow afternoon at Autzen Stadium. It's a 4:30 kick. Our coverage on the Fan starts bright and early at 9 a.m. There are reports circulating that Oregon defensive lineman Jordan Birch may have sustained an injury in practice this week. His status for tomorrow is unknown. The Buckeyes are favored by a field goal. A couple former Ducks going head-to-head on the gridiron on Sunday. Justin Herbert and the Chargers visiting Bo Nix and the Broncos. They'll kick it off at Mile High at 1:05 our time. The Chargers are favored by 3 points. And on the diamond tonight, a winner-take-all Game 5 between the Padres and Dodgers in Los Angeles. Yu Darvish on the hill for San Diego. Yoshinobu Yamamoto starting for L.A. Right now, it's a tight one. 1-0 L.A. in the top of the 5th. The Kike Hernandez solo home run right now proving to be the difference. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The inside story on the Blazers, Ducks, and Beavers. Danny and Dusty. Weekdays.
Why didn't you tell us that we were that far over?
Why didn't you tell us, jerk?
Why did I not tell you?
Yeah,
I was only pantomiming kicking Isaac during the end of it, but yeah.
Well, I mean,
Wait, you can't kick me. I'm way.
I know, that's why I was pantomiming it.
Oh.
I am an ignorant boob? Apparently.
Yeah, you needed a break.
All right. Well, do we have to break now? We do.
Yes, you do.
Darn it, we didn't give him anything.
We were supposed to break like 6 minutes ago.
Tell a joke. Do you have a joke?
Boy, a clean one?
Are you a joke guy?
Aren't you like a master of the dad joke?
Yeah, but they're just off the top of my head. I don't have them memorized.
I don't really have I have 3 or 4 go-to jokes, but they're awful.
I'm not joke guy. I don't have holstered jokes.
Well, I mean, jokes are kind of dumb, and the couple of ones that I do have, they're in no way appropriate for the air. Like,
well, tell them anyway.
I don't think I can. I mean, I don't. And I was gonna say I don't think I can. I know I can't. Like that's
give it a shot. See what happens.
No. Let me think about that. No. You're making me uncomfortable. And it would make everyone uncomfortable.
Gloria!
You're making me uncomfortable.
All right, well, we gave you nothing there.
Nothing. But you got like extra Joey content.
We might have a joke for you when we come back. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
When's the last time you
Come
told
on!
a clean joke?
I mean,
yeah, one about a dead cat and being put
I can
somewhere.
never remember.
That's a pretty good one.
What?
I raw dogged a dead rabbit today. Yeah, that did happen. Yeah, that's always been a go-to. I got one about a cat in an emergency room, and but again, you can't tell that one.
Well, you're kind of trying to.
Yeah, you can. You can. You do your own. I'll tell you off the air.
Okay. All right. Well, we will take a break, and when we come back, we'll get into the club, viral video. This involves a cyclist in Park City, Utah.
Yeah.
This is a big viral video today.
I've been to Park City, and this is about right. It's on par.
Okay. That's next on The Fan.
The home of dirt and
season, Mr. Ruth played in 129.
Damn. And Kike hasn't played in that
Oh,
many.
no, I'm sorry. That's 129 at bats.
Yeah.
I
there you go.
apologize. I was like, that seems like a lot. Babe Ruth played in 41 games.
And how many has Kike played in?
Kiki, well, if you don't include... Well,
75.
75 with
okay.
this.
All right. Almost twice as many.
Now, top 5 is Manny Ramirez has 29.
Man Ram,
and then Altuve, Bernie Williams, and then here's one, Kyle Schwarber. And Kyle Schwarber has 21, like Manny has 29 in 111 games. Schwarber has 21 in 69 games. And then Jeets has 20. That's your top 5.
Derek Jeter, huh?
Yeah, Jeets, 158 games. He played in a lot of games. He by far has the most postseason games.
Kike Hernandez, 208 postseason plate appearances, 18 series over 9 years.
Yeah.
Pretty much all with the Dodgers, except in 2021 he was with the Red Sox. Boy, surprised. And even worse, did you see his home run celebration?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
No, what did he do?
You didn't see it?
No, I wasn't.
I'll send it to Suk too.
Yeah, send it to him.
Yeah, I will.
Look that up. It's basically, you know, how,
it's like a chest bump, but below the belt.
Yeah, you know how guys chest bump?
He cup checked?
They
No,
didn't
like,
cup check.
They
cup
thrusted
bump.
together.
Yeah.
A thrust bump.
Yeah.
So they touched tips.
I just DM'd it to you. Yeah.
It's in your DMs. Check your DMs.
Sliding in like Kike Hernandez.
So Buck is sending me now
Dude
crotch,
thrusts.
crotch things. Oh yeah, that
How about that?
boy.
That's something, isn't it?
So that's premeditated.
Yeah, they've worked on this.
Who is that? Kiki and who? That's
I didn't
question.
see.
That's
I think it's Gavin Lux.
Like Gavin Lux, yeah, number 9. Whose idea? Like, does Kiki go to Lux and be like, "Hey, just so you know, if I hit a home run, touching dongs." Like, what? Is that what it is? Like, you hit a dong, therefore you have to touch dong?
You know, there's a bunch of people in the South going, "Get freaking LA."
Oh, 100%. 100%.
I've never seen so much dong in my life.
Yeah, I don't know
Only
if
in LA.
I'm gay.
I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
No, that is a new one.
No, it's a
Got to
new
give them credit for being original.
Well, at least you got the.
You think they got it from Huff and Burl?
Well, you got the cup. I mean, it's the only sport that you regularly hockey could do it because like you gotta,
Well, not
The
everybody wears
skating
a cup.
thrusting.
baseball. Everyone wears a cup, right?
Mm-mm.
Really?
I don't think so.
A lot of people, yeah.
A lot of
it's,
guys
it's
don't.
pretty common outfielders don't anymore.
Well, that's true. Outfielders, but an infielder, right? You got to wear the cup.
yeah.
All right, you're not taking.
Maybe
a-
that's why when Lux and Kiki are back to back in the lineup,
Yeah,
they do it that way.
they're cup bros.
It was, and no one knows if there's any truth to this, but there was this common belief amongst Giants fans. The reason Barry Bonds wouldn't switch to first base towards the end of his career is he didn't want to wear one, so he just hang out in left field.
Yeah, you can't.
Okay.
I mean, and like if you're going, but even if you're an outfielder, and by the way, this is proof. Like that's on you because Mitch Haniger played the outfield and didn't wear a cup probably, and guess what? Mitch Haniger is now one ball Haniger. Like the idea that you're playing baseball without a cup to me is fascinating. Like why would you even risk that? You're just asking for a testicle issue. No thanks.
Vancouver Ford text line says that you guys finish every show like that.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I think that hurt.
You guys didn't know that, did
That
you?
hurt a little bit.
Does that catch? Do you catch that on YouTube or is the shoot? Does the
Yeah, we might
stream-
be off the stream. They might miss that every night.
It
you know?
shuts off.
That's just for me.
It's a
I will
highlight.
say there's some good flair to it. They do. I mean, it's the arms out.
It's
and-
dialed in.
yeah.
They've worked on it.
Yeah, they certainly have practiced because
You
that
think-
wouldn't be easy
This has
to.
been like weeks in the making, and they like lock eyes in the clubhouse. They're like, "Hey, bro," and they like come across and bang.
Yeah, you got to work on it. Yeah, that's a well-oiled machine right there. All right, well, go Dodgers.
Pretty hot.
Boy, I didn't know that was a thing, but
Now
know,
you do.
Now you do. And now, does this catch on amongst other people?
Does their whole team do it? Is Shohei going to be doing this?
I can't see Freddie Freeman doing that.
Freddie and Shohei?
Oh,
No.
that'd be great.
Can't see it.
That'd be great. What was it? Bellinger blew out his shoulder doing that stupid arm thing that they did. Seriously,
In the World Series.
In the World Series, Cody Bellinger separated his shoulder doing that dumb.
It's like the arm lock. It's kind
arm
of
lock.
like a chest bump up for the shoulder. Yeah.
Good one, dumbass. You're better off doing the cup thing.
I was too busy grinding my absolute face off.
Yeah.
Did you see that stat they just showed? The Padres haven't scored in 20 innings.
Since their big 6-run outburst
So
or whatever
much
it
for the
was?
Dodgers' bad pitching.
Yeah, we were all just
Who are these
essing
guys?
all over the Dodgers pitching, and then they shut out on a bullpen game. Yamamoto went 5 scoreless, and now we're into. I don't know who's this on the mound for them.
Phillips.
Yeah.
Evan Phillips. The Dodgers are leading the Padres 1-0 in the 6th. Okay, viral video talk next. Here's Buck.
This is a Football Friday edition of Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
Brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan, a winner-take-all Game 5 in Los Angeles right now between the Padres and the Dodgers. L.A. currently with a 1-0 lead in the top of the 6th inning. Kike Hernandez with a solo home run that right now has proven to be the difference. The number 3 Oregon Ducks host the number 2 Ohio State Buckeyes on the gridiron tomorrow afternoon at Autzen Stadium. Reports are circulating that Oregon D lineman Jordan Birch may have sustained an injury that could keep them out of the game, but there's nothing official from the team. Kickoff is at 4:30. The Buckeyes are favored by a field goal. Our coverage here on the Fan will start at 9 a.m. Other big games on the agenda include the Red River rivalry between number 1 Texas and number 18 Oklahoma. We'll also get number 4 Penn State at USC. Both of those games kick at 12:30. Number 9 Ole Miss visits number 13 LSU for a night game on the Bayou. That's a 4:30 kick here on the West Coast. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Live, local, and free. No subscription required. Portland's sports leader is
raccoon stuff, and
Well, you're a
bicycles.
cyclist.
And a raccoon enthusiast.
I am a raccoon enthusiast. What? I'm a cyclist because I like to ride a bike. I don't know if that makes me a cyclist.
I think that's right.
That's all it takes?
Well, yeah. I'm a golfer because I like to golf.
Cyclist, don't you have to like ride I don't know.
What?
I just like riding my bike. I don't know.
Yes, you're a cyclist.
I don't like being lumped.
You can fight this all you want. You're a cyclist.
I don't like being lumped in.
You wear your little bike shorts. you got your little
hot pants.
Your little hot pants. Your little clip-in shoes. Your little take off your shorts and dunk me. Your little helmet. Well, this guy had all that. His name is Gary Peacock.
This guy's such a douche.
His name is Peacock?
Yes,
Yeah.
Gary,
Oh, isn't that
Gary
fitting?
Peacock, yeah. 73-year-old dude lives in Park City, Utah. He was riding his bike, and this is being filmed by 22-year-old videographer Pierce Kempton.
Who's on his way to shred a local skate park.
Yeah, he's very bro-y young
Pierce
guy.
versus the Peacock. What could go down?
Yeah, I mean, these guys are kind of both straight out of Central Casting. Like, if you made this...
Two Park City bros warring over what you're about to explain? Yeah.
So Gary was on a bike, and Pierce was in a car, and Gary claims that Pierce got too close to him on the roadway.
Yeah, even though you can clearly see because the skate bro he's got a GoPro filming himself while he's driving because of course he does.
Yeah, well, that's what I wondered. Like, why do you have a dash cam?
Everyone filmed. Like all the bros now, they film. I don't understand. And while I do appreciate, as a cyclist, I guess, or a bike enthusiast, it does suck when cars ride too close to you. But it does appear that this guy moves to the left to try to give the bicyclist more room. Doesn't mean he wasn't close, but you can see him make an effort to move to the left to give him more room, which I appreciate. But yeah, sometimes when you're riding, cars come close, and it's an uncomfortable feeling. And Gary didn't like it.
Gary was pissed, and Gary pulls up to Pierce, who is sitting in his car, and Gary won't let him. He won't let him. He blocks the door, opens the door with his bike, and calls the cops.
Well, yeah, the guy goes to leave. He rips the guy's door open and then puts his hand on the
his
kid.
shoulder, said, "You're not going anywhere."
Boy, I'll tell you what.
And Pierce is being very calm.
I could not believe that my man Pierce handled this well.
And Dr. Peacock calls the cops. And so he's on the line with the cops, and he's just like, "Will you send a cop already?" And you can
almost did.
What does he want them sent for?
Well,
like what is he claiming that
he's being a baby.
I know he's being a baby. What crime does he think is committed that a cop's going to help with?
He claims that the kid got too close to him, and that is what he wants the cops to
And he said they're threatening him and making him feel
uncomfortable,
unsafe, and it's just like such an exaggeration.
Oh no, they were hurting you so bad.
The kid is sitting there, the kid is on the video, and he's like, "Dude," and he's like shockingly calm.
The kid's like, "I just want to go skate."
Like, what?
I like how he says that the kid's making him feel unsafe when Gary is the one forcing the kid to stay there and pulling
Gary's
his door
the
open.
one
making physical contact, putting his bike basically in your car.
Yes. Nobody did anything other than Gary.
No.
And so the cop shows up, and what ends up happening is Gary gets a $160 disorderly conduct ticket, and they said that he paid it. And he also, the news got a hold of Gary, and later Gary admitted that his temper got the best of him, and he knows it was a bad look, and he was like, "Look, I just was really mad because this happens to me all the time as a cyclist, and I took it out on this kid." Well, the kid got a $130 ticket for passing too closely to a cyclist. And they said that because he had the video, he fought it, and they dismissed the ticket.
Because when you see the video, there is zero chance that you could tell the cop was just trying to get everyone, hey, you go your way, each get cited. The kid's like, yeah, I ain't paying that. He's got it on camera, and no way does it look like he came close to that bicyclist.
Anyway, it's worth a watch. It's like 6 minutes of Gary being a little bitch.
Well, and this is why I have a hard time.
I'm going to kick your ass, you little bitch.
This is why I have a hard time claiming to be a cyclist. Because while I do appreciate riding a bike is scary, and I certainly have been run off the road, and it sucks, and all of that. So I sympathize with all that. But God, is there a group of people that, how would I say, that burn all of their goodwill more than cyclists? Like, we just
Yeah, they have a bad reputation.
As a community, we bring a lot of the scorn upon ourselves. Now, it doesn't justify people that roll coal or, again, like swerve or try to run you off the road, because I always ask Carbro that does this. I'm like, okay, so you don't like that I'm on the road, I'm bothering you because apparently I'm on my bike. You don't think you have to share the road with me, which you do. So you decide that you're going to try to scare me. And so the best case scenario for you is, right, like you scare me and then you zip away and you're like, oh.
I showed him. He'll never do that again.
Worst case scenario, you kill me. You literally run me over and I die and you go to prison. Like, what? In what world is that scenario like a good thing? And yet people do it all the time. It blows me away. So even if you hate bicyclist guy, douchey car guy, what the F, man? And to all you cyclists out there, stop getting in confrontations with people.
Can I ask a question though? Like, it is an interesting question. Why do cyclists have such a bad rap?
Because we get pissed off a lot. Because it's we feel like no one.
Because it's like, Gary, so you go through 10. This happens to you 10 times.
10 times,
and the 11th one, you're just so pissed off. You're like, come on, man, stop doing.
I think there's also an element where you're doing something riding next to cars where you're not protected at all.
No.
So it's inherently dangerous, and you feel good about it as long as everyone else is doing what they're supposed to do. And as soon as you have a driver acting like a jackass or looking at their phone or like whatever, then that ruins your safety of that activity.
Yeah,
it still don't have to be a.
I agree, but I think that's where it comes from.
There's a sense of entitlement from both sides, and so when two senses of entitlement meet, it's like Lux and Kiki Hernandez. The dongs of power touch, and then the heat of the crotch bump is so intense, it just spills over, and you end up with these road rage incidents.
Marking down the dongs of power.
It's just, it's awful, and I see it all the time. And I try to not be like this when I'm on my bike, because I just know, like, confronting someone in a car when I'm on a bike is the worst proposition you can possibly have. Because all you have to do to end the confrontation is step on the gas, and again, I'm run over. But for Gary, like, he's lucky this was a 22-year-old calm guy. But like,
do you think that played a part in what he did?
I don't know.
Or do you think he would have been like that to anybody?
Like, you're a 73-year-old man. You're 73. Look, maybe you're a former Navy SEAL, but you're 73, and that kid's 22. Dude, there's a good chance that kid's going to whoop your ass and has a skateboard. And for me, if someone ripped open my door and put their hands on me and shoved me back into my car, I'm not going to say that I would have beat Gary's ass, but Gary would not be standing, nor would Gary be in my doorway anymore. And I think at that point, honestly, Gary would be in trouble, not me, with the law. I mean, like, it just blows my mind that we can, like, I don't care how angry you are. In that moment, he was so livid, he was willing to risk life and limb to prove a point. And the best part is that you can listen to him when he calls the cops. He goes, well, he almost came near me. I need you to send the cops for almost coming. That may be the silliest call.
Yeah, he looks
that you
really
could
bad.
make to the police.
If you watch him in the video, he looks like a little petulant child.
Yeah.
And I will say, can I offer something else though?
Yeah.
With regards to why cyclists have a bad rap.
Sure.
And this is going to sound terrible.
Is it because we wear the pants, the little spandex pants?
No. Aren't most...
This is going to be bad, but continue.
Aren't most cyclists rich white folks?
No.
Because I feel like they are. I feel like these guys, they're Gary Peacocks. That's who they are.
You're saying it's like...
It's like it's the people who always seem to be full of absurd grievances. Like, you cannot overstep your bounds by a millimeter without them being pissed off about it.
Well, it does feel like the kind of activity that has a pretty high barrier. Like, I guess you could just get any bike and ride it around, but if you're cycling, you need a nice bike. With
that's a
stuff
lot of
and
money.
The shoes and like.
I feel like they're all doctors, and doctors are
lawyers.
They're a-holes.
Well, to your point, yes, not everyone, but yes, a lot of the people that ride
managers.
Bicycles are expensive.
Exactly.
Like, it's shocking when you. Like, I bought my bike used, and you would still be like, oh my God, you paid what? Like, bikes are expensive. And then and like any other hobby, golf's the same way. Everyone loves to play cosplay dress up. So you buy a lot of unnecessary crap because you think it looks awesome.
But you have the money.
You have
the
money.
disposable income, and it's usually white folks.
Yes.
And it's usually white men,
yeah.
and you know how old, fairly well-off white men feel about anything that anybody ever does to them that's bad.
And then you mix
It's the worst thing in the world.
You're right about this, that if you take the right guy, rich white guy on his bike, older guy, and then you mix in one of two people that are often responsible for these sort of confrontations from the car side of things, you either get broy young guy, a la here, or you get redneck a-hole in the big truck.
Trucks, balls, yeah.
And let me tell you, that is oil and water.
Screw the learned people, no.
Like that is a combustible
America,
sort of situation.
Yeah, flags.
I don't know who I'd side with in that.
I will say when I'm riding my bike, there is nothing that I hate worse than big truck, and you can hear them coming. Like I have a little mirror that goes on my drop bar, and I can see, and you can hear when the big small penis truck comes rolling up behind you. And I will say that it usually gives a lump in my throat, because that is the car or vehicle that usually, to me, gives the cyclist the most problems. 100%.
So this guy says, no, that's just the ones who get pissy. That's my point.
Yeah.
That's why cyclists have a bad reputation, because the pissy ones are always the entitled ones.
Yeah. Well, then why is it the redneck a-hole though that hates someone simply because they're on their bike? That's the other one that I don't understand. Why does Roland Cole douche get so angry at someone for trying to be healthy or enjoying an activity? Is it because you're fat and can't ride a bike? Or, what exactly is that crux of it? You think you're like a liberal snowflake because you're on a bike?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because when I got run, the only time I've had someone deliberately, I was run off the road by a big white truck with the "Don't Tread on Me" flag, keeping it classy. And he ran me off the road on purpose, busted up my bike.
He was treading on you.
He was treading on me, tore up my knee a little bit, and he swerved. It wasn't like he was... He just swerved, and it was a purpose pitch. He honked his horn real loud, swerved at me, and then as he drove by me, he said, "Get off the road, bundle of sticks." And to this day, I'm fascinated at what my presence on that road led to that, where he decided that he was going to try to make me crash, which he did, and then I was a bundle of sticks because I was on a bike. To this day, I can't quite process that.
All right, we'll be back to wrap it up on the fan. Hey, you know who you needed in that moment?
Who did I need?
The Advocates.
Yeah.
You really did?
I did.
You actually did?
I did.
Why didn't you call him?
Well, I couldn't find him. I don't know. All I got was the white truck, and then after that, I was picking gravel out of my knee. He did not stop and turn around and wave. But yes, had I actually found out who that piece of crap was, that would have been a great time to call the Advocates.
Yeah, the Advocates, they would help you. They're personal injury attorneys, and they're our new friends. They are great. If you are injured, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate, and they're going to help you out. They don't get paid until you win, and if you consult with them, those consultations are absolutely free. So there is no risk in calling to see whether they will be able to help you.
Yes, and the cool thing is it's free to call them, it's free to hire them, and you will never write them a check. I think that's a big deal when people are in these situations. They're like, I can't afford one. And you will never pay them a dime. If you don't win your case, they don't get paid. And when they do win your case, the insurance company will pay them. You will never have to write them a check. So even if you're not certain if you need one, I'm telling you, you do, because the other side does, and the Advocates are good people.
If you've been injured, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. Visit their website, advocateslaw.com.
Save thousands. Be advised, this is a great opportunity to save thousands on a hot tub or swim spa today through Sunday. Clark County Event Center.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double sun power!
Well, getting a little nervous about my Fathers.
I was going to say, like, we're in the top of the 7th here, and
they still have not scored.
The Dodgers have blanked them. If you would have told me that the Dodgers are going to win this series in Game 5 scoring 1 run, then I would have laughed at you. And they blanked them last night, so we're going on what now? What, 16 innings of shutout ball?
No, 21.
Oh, 21.
Yeah, we just...
Oh, yeah, back
we
into
just said that.
Yeah, in the other game.
Yeah, 20. They had gone 20, and now this is the 21st straight inning of scoreless baseball from the San Diego Padres.
Yowzers. Against the Dodgers pitching?
Brutal.
Doesn't seem right.
Well, anybody got any hot takes on what's going to happen out at Autzen tomorrow? Buckley, you're a gambling man. Who'd you bet on?
I haven't bet on a side. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think especially first half, I think they feel each other out. I think they try to run the ball. I think it's explosion plays eventually get there, but I wouldn't be surprised if one or both offenses struggled, so I'm going to go low.
Yeah, you can see that. You know, Ohio State, Oregon has been bogged down a handful of times this year. Ohio State in the first half against Iowa only had 7 points and then exploded. I'm taking Ohio State. I don't have a great feel about it. Again, I'll say I think Oregon is more than capable of winning the game. They're more than talented enough. But I said this earlier in the day a couple times over the week. The only argument I've heard for Oregon all week is they're due to put it all together, which is interesting that you haven't put it together and you think you're going to do it against Ohio State, and you're at home. Now, 34 of the last 35 at home, so maybe that is a good one. But I just can't think of anything that I would point to against lesser competitions that both sides have played. So both have played nobody. I can't think of a single area where I would say that Oregon has been better than Ohio State. Maybe quarterback play, even though the numbers are basically the same and Gabriel is throwing interceptions. There just isn't any matchups that I look at and say I think are a big favor of Oregon. So I am going to take Ohio State. But again, at Autzen Stadium, it's tough to bet against the Ducks, but I'll go out on a limb and give me the Buckeyes.
Well, everybody be safe out there. Have a great time if you're going. Have a great time if you're not. Should be a nice weekend. Maybe our final really nice weekend of the year, weather-wise.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Let's be like in the mid-70s.
Hopefully
so
not.
Let's go. Give me a great game. It's all I care about.
That's all Jason cares about.
Win or lose, man. Just give me a good game. I don't want to see a blowout either way. And I don't think we will. I think it'll be a close game.
Have a great weekend.
You can shove that up your little pumpkin ass.
Little pumpkin ass. Huh? We will be back Monday, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.